people?
Hello.
So, I'm here with my amazing writer friends, Ellie and Alyssa, and I haven't done a writing sprint on my channel in quite some time, and I thought it'd be fun to get some writer friends with me, and we could all just write.
Yeah,
Did you guys want to introduce yourselves?
sure, I guess. I might as well go first. I'm Alyssa Ludit. I write lots of fantasy, but currently working on the Tower of Memory series, which is a giant stack of books I have over here. This one, this one, this one, this one. Jahara's reviewed a couple on this channel. Allie's read them. I've been told they're pretty good and funny. Currently working on the 6th one. The 5th one's done. I'm waiting on some cover stuff. So that's what I'm currently working on.
Awesome.
And they're amazing.
I'm glad you think so.
I think they're great too. I plan to finally finish the series soon. Life's just been really, I've been going through a lot, but things are finally looking up, so I'm hoping to get some more reading time and can finally finish them.
That'll be fun. Hopefully when that's all done, I can have the 5th one out, then you and Ella can scream at each other about what I've done this time.
Uh-oh.
I'll say this, if the plot twist in 2 was shocking to you, you are not ready for what's going to happen in 5.
I'm scared.
It is so amazing.
Because I just imagined that Ellie's face when she was beta reading it was like, oh no.
Yeah, that's a very accurate depiction right there.
How about you, Ellie? You want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm a little unprepared with my books, unfortunately. Oh, here's one. Okay, so I write a variety of books. They range from novels to novellas and short stories to children's books. One of the novels is An Impossible Dream for the TV series. And let's see, I recently released the 4th book in the Basil Bassett book series, so that's available on Amazon now.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah, I saw your post saying it was available, so I added it to my Kindle, my KU. I hope to be able to get to it soon. I've read all of Ellie's books. I love her writing and her books. My favorite is still the B series. I absolutely love it.
Thank you. That means a lot.
And I did put mine as well as Ellie's and Alyssa's author Amazon pages in the description, so y'all can check out all of our books because they're both great writers and everyone should read their books.
And we love your books too. Your books are amazing as well.
Thank you. Ellie has actually read all of my books as well, and that means a lot to me that she likes them so much.
Oh, I've been so craving the next novella in the Callisto's Adventure series.
Oh my gosh. Ellie's gonna kill me once she gets to the 10th novella, I swear.
Oh my God. I am ready for my heart to be completely broken.
Like, I'm not even ready to start writing that one. Like, I'm gonna be a mess. So, what is everyone going to be writing today?
I'm working on the 12th chapter of Tower of Memory 6. I have 11 chapters done. I don't even know how many more I need for this. I'm nowhere near, like, even halfway.
Wow. Well, I hope it all goes well.
I know what I need to do. There's just a long list of things I need to do.
I hear that.
I feel that with my novella as well. How about you, Ellie?
I actually have no idea. It kind of depends on whichever character screams the loudest. I've got the 4th book in the B series I've been working on, but then there's also this unnamed work in progress of mine that has been taking a lot of my attention as well.
Very cool.
Nice. Yeah, I was debating if I wanted to work on my ninth novella or The Queen of Monsters, which is the third book in my Realm of Monsters trilogy. But I think I'm going to end up working on the ninth novella because I really want to get my novellas done before this book even comes out. I want the novellas to be done. And I only have two more, and they're a lot shorter. And with The Queen of Monsters, I am now over halfway, but I still feel like there's so much I'm going to have to write because this is going to be a chunker of a book. So.
I had a
More than
horrifying
that.
realization this morning that this book is probably going to be the longest in this series so far. So
Oh.
we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm sure Ellie's hearing that and be like, "Yay, that's good news." But,
oh yeah, I'm thrilled with hearing both of those things. The more the merrier for me when it comes to your writing. Cannot get enough of it.
yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see if you still say that after I literally backstab somebody in this book. Okay?
Okay, but hold on. Is it when you say
Yes.
backstab somebody? Is it like somebody in the tower backstabbing somebody else from Dragon Tower? Like who's
That would kill me. That would
Some
actually
named
kill me.
character is going to stab some other named character with a certain knife.
What? Wait, you mean like literally
Yeah.
backstab?
I thought you meant
Oh
figuratively.
my
No,
god!
I mean a literal backstab.
Wow.
Is it the knife I'm thinking it is?
Yes.
Oh
Wow.
Oh, my mind is racing with so many theories and possibilities right now.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I can't wait to catch up and get there.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right now in my novella, it's mostly like sweet stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's still some angst because, but it's mostly like a lot of fluff, which I'm not used to writing, just majority like romantic fluff because I don't usually write that whole much romance. But I really want everyone to get a good taste of Jolista before the inevitable, which isn't really much of a spoiler because the novellas came out after the Realm of Monsters, so it's already known that Joan is dead. Like, Ellie went into the novellas knowing that Joan was gonna die, but she still fell in love with the two of them.
I think it makes it, in a sense, even more tragic and beautiful to be like you're going and knowing how it's going to end, but that almost makes like the sweet moments even sweeter. And oh my god, you want to talk about sweet moments? Jolista with the white roses. Oh my god, just
That's
every
gonna
time
be
I pass by
played.
a white rose, I can't help but think of Jolista. Just so you know.
Well, there's a really sweet moment that has to do with white roses in this ninth novella. I think you're gonna love it.
I'm so looking forward to it.
White roses really have become their thing.
That's adorable.
Well, we have somebody. Hello, hi, so glad you could make it.
Hello.
Let us know what you're working on, if you're writing or reading, and yeah. Are you guys ready to start the first sprint?
Sure.
Ready whenever you guys are. I have
Awesome.
a playlist on standby.
So it's so how long do you want to do it? Like 30 minutes of writing, and then we can come back and talk.
I'm pretty used to doing 30 minutes. That's because that's how long my playlists are.
Awesome. Okay, so it's about 5:10. So at least from where I am. So 40. How about 40 after? We can come back and talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That works for me.
Awesome. See everyone at 40 after. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How did the writing go?
Pretty
I'm
well.
here.
How for you?
Hi. Yeah, mine went well. I finished the chapter, so that's nice because I was kind of stuck on the chapter. Like I knew what I wanted to happen, but I was kind of stuck on like the dialogue, like what I wanted them to say in this school moment that was happening. But I figured it out, and I'm pretty happy with it. I think you're gonna be gushing at it, Ellie.
Looking forward to it.
How are you, Alyssa? How did your writing go?
I did pretty good. I got 673 words down. So I'm like a third through this chapter.
Nice.
There.
We're all making progress.
Yeah.
Tons of progress.
Yes. I'm so happy because, a lot has been going on, but things are finally looking upward, so I can finally start getting some reading and writing done, which is very nice because I haven't been able to much, but I like being able to really write again.
I always feel better after I get some writing done.
Me too. I have so
My
many
hands
ideas
don't
in my
always
head.
appreciate when I do it too fast, but that's what the gloves are for.
Yeah, I always have so much ideas in my head. I'm trying to get them all out. Like I have so many ideas for different series, and I'm trying to finish this series, which is a very long series apparently. But yeah, we have a few comments. Hi, so glad you could join us. What are you working on? I'm working on a fantasy novel. Well, the sequel of one with a schizoaffective protagonist and her used to be bully turned friend turned other now. LOL. So far, I have 52 chapters. Nice. I hope it's going well. But I am kind of stuck right now, and I don't know what to do about a character I just introduced. The novel's ending, so maybe not the best idea, and I don't know what to do with him. Oh.
I mean, you could always leave like the major arc for the next one and just have them be like a big mystery.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Hi. Awesome. So, nothing. I just popped in when I saw that you were live.
That's
My best friend, Alyssa. So, anyone want to share anything about how they're writing? Anything that's not too spoilery, obviously.
Well, this chapter is currently Seraphina and Celica yapping at each other while they're working on a school-related project.
Fun. How are you, Ellie?
So this is for the unnamed work in progress, which is sort of a sapphic, gender-bent fairy tale retelling of like two figures in British folklore, combined with a lot of Celtic mythology kind of thrown in. And so this one is based off a very famous scene, essentially, that's associated with one of the characters in an archery contest. And so yeah, that's what I've been working on, which has been
Very
a lot of
cool.
fun.
Hi.
What
Yeah,
about
in
you?
this chapter, this is the chapter where the white roses make a comeback again, and also I don't know if you remember this, Ellie, but a few novellas back, it was kind of revealed that Calista was the daughter of her village chief, which kind of made her a princess. And Joe liked to tease her about it. Well, that also kind of made a comeback too, but in a really sweet way. So, and there's so much flirting between the two of them in this novella, and it's just gonna hit so much harder in the next novella, I swear.
Flirting is a lot of fun to write in this unnamed work in progress. It's one of the first times I'm really getting into characters flirting with each other, and it's been so much fun.
Yes, I love because Kalisa and Joan have this like flirty banter about them, as you probably noticed, and it's just so fun to write. And I just love it because they're just so cute to write.
I also like how and it's kind of this way with friendships too. When you're writing banter among friends, I really
Oh, yeah.
enjoy when everybody's sort of like on equal footing in the banter category, where they can kind of be snappish and go back and forth with each other.
Yes, I love banter between friends as well. And I love writing that because I know Kalista has that with both Marissa and Rain, so it's a lot of fun. I'm just getting through a 6-month burnout. I'm kind of scared of falling back in another. I definitely get that. That was kind of happened to me recently. But everything will be okay. And that's what Alyssa said too. You'll be okay. Stressing about it might make it happen. Deep breaths. So yeah. But you'll get through it. I did.
It's just kind of one of those things, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just like a natural risk of what we do. And
Yeah.
but I mean, there's like hundreds of ways of managing it if you're really worried about it. And I mean, which one is going to work best for you is something every individual has to figure out. But you know,
Yeah. Definitely. So since we're talking about like writing block and stuff, do you guys have any techniques you like to do when you're stuck on a certain scene or chapter or something?
I mean, for me, obviously, one way that I solve it was with tons and tons of music. That's why I have like 30 something playlists.
Same.
And there's also the going back to, you know, like comfort pieces of media, whether that's a game or a particular show or a particular movie. You know, something that kind of knocked me back into like that headspace.
One of the things I tend to do is I will sometimes go back and reread what I've previously written to try to get back into that like story or the character. And oftentimes I will switch what I'm doing, whether it's moving on to a different work in progress I have or doing something else that is creative in some way, whether that's creating artwork or it's going out to garden or it might be cooking something in the kitchen. Any type of creativity normally helps spark creativity in another area.
Nice. Something I like to do is that I'll talk to it out with someone. It doesn't even have to be a writer. Sometimes I'll talk it out with my mom, who can help me figure things out. She's actually given me some ideas when I was stuck and stuff. And just talking it, and sometimes it's not even that she gives me ideas. Sometimes just me talking about it with somebody else gives me the idea because I'm saying it out loud. And as I'm talking about it, I'm like, wait a minute, this would work. And yeah.
That's why when people like ask me, because there's other writers that I talk to, and sometimes they're like, I'm stuck, and I'm like, okay, here's just a bunch of questions just to get your brain working.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's just being asked and thinking about something in a slightly different way that's just like, oh, this connects to this, fixed.
Yeah. Definitely. So, did anyone want to maybe read like a small section of their book? Anything that's not too spoilery? Just give a little sneak
Sure.
peek.
Sure, I'll read some of what I just wrote.
Okay.
Rough draft, so if there's like some grammar issues, I apologize, but you know. Let's see, let's scroll back up a little bit. Okay, so a little bit of context about this conversation. Celica and Seraph, talking about like doing nails and stuff, prepping for a big school dance. So this is opening line is from Celica. Sure, but doing your non-dominant hand is always tricky. Sometimes I just get the copy to do my left. That was so cheating. But I had a bit of a cheat too. I don't have one. I'm proficient with both hands, I explained. It wasn't something I'd explained. Most people didn't even notice. I'd almost expected one of them to say something before I had to. I heard her set Jarek's mask down and looked back up from my breaststrokes. She was staring. Even with the curse? She asked. Did she forget we had company and ears everywhere? What curse? Jade asked. Nothing major, I said quickly. For not magical stuff, it's fine. Celica's head was tilted and her eyes were darting around. Checking her memories? How did we not know this? I shrugged, not paying attention to it. I switched the hand that was holding the brush. The left was a better angle for some parts of the mask. Celica was shaking her head. Who pays attention to that stuff? You're right-handed. So are Jarek and Russell. Fethris prefers his left. That's unsettling. This is why I don't say things. Welcome to being me. And that's where I ended up.
Nice.
I love Seraphina's voice so much.
Great character. I remember when I was reading it, I really I remember just relating to her a lot. And maybe it's a little bit also because she's, Arrow Ace, which you don't get that much representation and stuff. But yeah, and I just remember relating to her, and she's such a great character.
I adore her too. She's a very comforting place for me to be in a lot of the time. And I also think it's also very important with Seraphina being the way she is. It's very important to remember, like, oh, she's, for the most part, with some exceptions, she's a fairly regular, just 16-year-old who's in so way over her head. So having moments like this where you're just like, oh yeah, they're just kids.
You do such a great job establishing that throughout the entirety of the series. You strike such an incredible balance between these huge world-ending things and being 16.
Yeah.
Did you want to read anything, Ellie?
Sure. I write best through a notebook, so I'm going to try to decipher my own writing. So I apologize for a lack of flow here. Robin stepped forward, taking in the green around her until the wind, like the breath of the world, kept time with her. Her feet planted in the swaying grass, rolling waves of a feather blade sea between her and the target. The trees themselves in the distance cheered, a mere continuation of the audience in the stand. She pulled the bowstring back, elbow raised, her finger staying level with her eye. An odd hush fell through the crowd, enraptured by the spell she wove in the ease of her dance. Nothing in all the world felt more right than when Robin held her bow. She paused a beat longer, if only for dramatic effect, catching the queen's eye with a rakish wink. On the exhale, she sent the arrow flying, sailing the distance. She relaxed her stance, confident and proud, as it split the shaft of the sheriff's arrow and struck its mark, bullseye. The crowd went wild. I'll leave it at that.
Nice. Love that. Archery talent. Archery's a cool talent. I don't think we see it enough.
No, not nearly enough. I agree.
There's too much people be like, oh, yay, swords, but not enough people being like, oh, yay, archers.
Right?
Yeah.
Granted, I have neither in my story, but that's not related.
Yeah, in my Chris's Light duology, you find out that Skylar and Andrea are pretty talented with a bow and arrow.
I've always enjoyed Robin Hood and stuff like that.
Yeah, Merida from Brave, like that scene when she was shooting for her own head is so iconic.
Oh my god, yes.
And she beat all the boys, like.
Oh yeah.
So, I could read a section of mine as well. Let me find it. Okay, so. So this was right after something that had to do with White Roses. I don't want to spoil too much, but Joan pulled out a handmade crown using vines and twigs with white roses around it. Kalista rolled her eyes, trying to seem annoyed and cynical, but she couldn't get rid of her grin, the toothy grin that Joan can always cause to shine. I know that you hate your title of princess, and your village never wanted you as heir, Joan told her, but you never needed them. You don't need me. You have always just needed you. But I want you, as I want you. Joan mulled over her next words. Despite the horrors you have seen, you continue to shine. You have a power inside that's beyond Caleb, beyond the world we live in. It's what made me fall in love with you. Kalista didn't know how to respond. You don't need a crown or a throne to be a princess, Joan explained. Marissa started this mission in saving monsters, giving them a home, uniting them, but you have helped every step of the way, and you're making progress. The monsters of the sanctuary are no longer separated. They're coming together. It's because of Marissa, but it's because of you too. Joan placed the crown on her head. Because you're so much more than a princess. You're a queen. You're my queen. I never knew love. I never had been loved, and then Marissa found me and taught me what love was, how it felt, Kalista explained. And then I met you, and I still don't know what I deserve to be so loved by a single person. Kalista grabbed a rose from the tree, and a new one immediately grew in its place. She sniffed it, smiling, before placing it in Joan's hair, pulling her in by the waist and kissing her. It didn't matter what happened in the past or what was destined to happen in the future. All that mattered was in this moment, their love shined through. Their love would be eternal. And that's where I left off.
Oh,
Aw.
so many great lines. Also, their love will be eternal, which is so great and yet so.
I feel like this is just a stream where Johara and I emotionally destroy Ellie.
Yes, that is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, but in all fairness, I enjoy it. So.
Yeah, like I'm having
You
so
guys
much
are
fun writing this
good.
novella, but it's kind of bittersweet. I'm sorry, what?
I was just gonna say, you guys are so good at making readers so invested in your characters and overall storylines. And it's like each book, you're like, there's no possible way I could love this character even more. And then you're like, here's this new book. Go ahead and like raise that meter just a little higher.
Well, that means a lot, and I think you have a great way of doing that as well.
Oh, thank you.
Like, I love your characters so much. And in like the B series, like you made me cry in the first book. I don't want to spoil anything for people who haven't read it, but like that was so heartbreaking. And getting it's kind of like in my series, how in the Realm of Monsters, like you know that Joan's dead, so when you get invested, it makes it so much bittersweet when you get to meet Joan and see a relationship with Kalista. But then yours is kind of the opposite because you fall in love with this certain character that doesn't survive the first book, and then the second book you still see him because it's like a prequel, and so you're falling in love with him even more than you did before, and then just knowing how his fate turned out at the end, it's just so heart-wrenching.
Oh, that means a lot. Thank you.
That sounds kind of evil, and I love it.
I relish being evil as an author when I can.
You and me both.
I think all of us do.
I joke about this, but I do think you need to be just a little bit evil to be an author.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to
Definitely.
build this character. You know, I'm going to know all of their hopes, their dreams, and I'm going to make everyone fall in love with them, and then I'm going to torment them.
I'm going to crush and destroy them for your entertainment.
Yes. Like,
We
I
spent
have
the past 6 books building this character's confidence, and now I'm going to crush it into dust. It's going to be great.
Look at all the pretty stuff.
exactly. Like, I have done so much damage to Kalista. It's unreal.
Oh my god. Kalista.
Like, I did this whole, in the second book of the trilogy, this whole 10 chapter right in a row of just flashbacks of what Kalista, like, what happened to her, and it's just so sad.
It is so sad. And then you've got what Alyssa does with her Tower of Memory series, where she has these amazing setups for these moments that you know are coming in the future, and you're just like watching between your fingers for when it'll arrive.
It's like watching a train crash in slow motion.
Very accurate description, yes. Very much so.
Yeah. But we all write such tragic things, but I think we all have such sweet things too that makes us just gush because it's just so beautiful. Like, and
Oh, yeah.
I know like Alyssa has so many sweet moments between the friends, the people in Dragon Tower. They're so, and same with Ellie. Like I don't get me wrong, I like a good romance here and there, despite being Arrow Ace. But honestly, my favorite parts are friendships. And
Yeah.
when I see a good friendship, I just absolutely love it. Like I love the group friendship of the Dragon Towers. I think I mentioned this, but my absolute favorite is Seraphina and Feathers. I think they have this especially awesome bond that I fall in love with. And same with I absolutely loved Ari and Henry's friendship as well as Sarah and Elspie's. Like I just absolutely love reading about those friendships.
And then you've got your iconic trio of Marissa, Rain, and Callista, which I am dying to see the three of them together in your upcoming prequel series too.
Yes, that's gonna be a fun trio to write about because you see Callista's reactions to both Rain and Marissa, but in the prequel, you're gonna see three of them together as well as some awesome moments between just Rain and Marissa. Because you've seen Callista and Marissa in the novellas, but in the novels, you hear how much Marissa meant to Rain as well as Callista, but we haven't actually gotten to see that yet. And in this prequel, you will get to see it.
Also, can we just say, in terms of sweet moments in the Tower of Memory series, like Seraphina's parents are just like, number one, such a great ship, but also just as parents to Seraphina, like her father deserves some freaking like fiction father of the year award type of deal.
For real.
That family unit made writing book 4 a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I think it's important because I feel like this world has such this big idea on romance and how important romance is. But honestly, I think friendships and family relationships can be just as important, if not more important. And I feel like a lot of media or books or whatever downplays the friendships in favor of a romance. And yeah, you can have an epic romance, but the friendships can be just as epic. And I feel like so many things don't let the friendships shine to their full potential because they're worrying so much about the romance.
100%. And then especially when you have like a woman in a romance, oftentimes she loses herself. Like everything that you love about her is just completely stripped away because she's turned gaga over some guy or whatever. And I think that what's really cool in like especially the friendship scene in like both of your books is that this element of they build each other up. Right? You have such beautiful friendships where the level of understanding, the give and take, the mutualities, I don't think a word, the mutualness of it all is just so amazing.
That's what kind of makes writing the trio of Seraphina, Angelina, and Celica in a room together really fun.
Definitely. Like,
you have Seraphina and Celica doing Dragon Tower things, and Angelina's just in there being just like, I love both of you, but you're both insane.
I mean, she's not wrong. All of Dragon Tower is a little insane.
Plus, you know, Angelina has that red magic, doesn't she? She's got a hint of dragon in her, too.
Well, that's why she likes it. That's why she's friends with these people. And there's a part of her that's just like, yep, that's fine. This is fine.
And I think a lot of my favorite books, even if they do have romance, like the main thing in them is friendship, which I absolutely love. I mean, I have a few traditionally published books that are like that, but I feel like I see that more in indie books, at least in my experience. And because like your first book, Ellie, it's the friendship between Ari and Henry more than anything. And even in the sequel, which does have romance, unlike B, it's still such a back burner because the most important thing is Sarah's friendship with all the people in the kitchen. which I absolutely love. And same thing with your books, Alyssa. Like
Yeah.
there is a little romance because some of the other than Serafina, obviously, some of the other people are, you know, having crushes and stuff. Which I know that when I was reading your books, I was like, oh my gosh, they're so cute, they're so cute. But what I truly love is the friendships between the dragons and how that is the main focus at the end of the day, as well as Serafina's relationship with her family, which I just don't think you see a lot of. Same with I think Ellie has read these books, Adam's books, the Mantis variant.
Yes, I've read 2, I believe.
I'm caught up.
Yes.
I'm completely caught up at the moment, and there is a little romance, like there's the Mystic and his husband and stuff, but
which is so sweet. Like
they're so cute, yes. But at the end of the day, it is the found family, the friendship of this group of misfits. Absolutely. And I absolutely love it.
And I also think that what's really cool when you guys do have romances in your book, that there is that same element with the friendships of being on equal footing, of healthy communication, like with Kalista and Joan, or, you know, just really sweet moments like between Serafina's parents or even Salika and Angelina. Like, just, I think what's really cool is that idea of how you guys manage the overall relationships with characters as well. Across the board. Sorry, I'm apparently just going to gush about your book.
Yes.
It's fine.
And I think
there's been a little bit of romantic drama in this book, not between, you know, any couple that we've talked about, between the other, like, main Dragon Tower couple that's going on.
I'm imagining it has to do with, was it Jarek who has like horrific relationships with other people? Or,
Jarek has the worst taste in men in all of Dragon Tower.
And then you've got whatever Russell's doing.
Russell needs to figure out his own problems. Serafina's not getting involved.
Which means Serafina will probably be dragged into it at some point, right?
Kicking and screaming, probably.
So that sounds pretty accurate.
But I mean, what's having a masquerade for if not to cause drama?
True. Yeah, I think that for me, like when I'm writing, maybe it is because I am Arrow Ace and stuff, and like, so I just think romance can be a little overrated anyways. Don't get me wrong, like romance is great, but I just don't think it's on the high pedestal that a lot of people put it at. So I think that might be why I focus so much making sure that the friendships truly get a chance to shine in my books, because I feel like it's something that's very important. And every so often I have like a family relationship as well. Like I have a sibling relationship in this series as well. And I absolutely love writing them, and I feel like we don't get to see that very often. So I feel like it's very important to be able to.
Fiction needs more healthy sibling relationships in general, is something I've always believed.
Definitely. I think it could do for a lot of more healthy stuff anyways, like healthier romance, because there's so many toxic romance in media these days. And that was one thing that I really thought of when I was writing Kalista and Joan, because I wanted them to be healthy. And yeah, they both have their issues, and yeah, they both have made mistakes and they have fought and whatever, mostly based on their religious beliefs and stuff. And because of the they live like centuries ago, so like the era they're living in is not okay for two women to be in love. So
forgive me if I'm getting the year wrong, isn't it like 16th century-ish, somewhere in that kind of range?
Yeah, somewhere around there. So with Joan of Arc and all that. So because of that,
the big benefit of writing in the year 2018, 2019.
They had issues with, like, because they don't see eye to eye on religion, and Joan, growing up the way she did, was very afraid to realize she was in love with a girl. So they had some issues and stuff, but one thing while writing them that was important for me was to make them healthy, because you can still have like your differences, your issues and stuff, and still be healthy, because every couple have their fights or whatever. Like I feel like they have a pretty good communication and honesty towards each other, which I feel like is just so important. And yeah, so when I was writing them, it was very important to me for them to be a healthy relationship.
So it's funny that you mentioned that, because like in B, for instance, so I love reading. I've always loved reading. Not to bash anybody's reading preferences, but there were, a few moments there when I was a teenager where it felt like YA fantasy in particular was just dominated with things love triangles and these relations. And I just romance is great, but I'm not always the biggest fan of reading romance stories for a number of reasons. And I wanted B to be this focus on the friendship like you were talking about.
I hate love triangles.
Me too.
Because I always find that it always ruins somebody's characterization. Like, you make me care about these characters, then you throw away all of the fun stuff about them for this very tried and failed plot line that is just always a disaster. Like, I feel like there's no resolution in most fantasy romance books of a love triangle that everyone comes out as likable as they were before it happened.
Yeah.
And I also feel like a lot of times they can either choose the toxic one or both of the options are toxic, and it's like, so you're saying I have to choose between this person and this person? Like, what?
Right.
I don't like either one of them.
Oh my gosh! Compared to Callista and Joan have these great moments where it's like, I love you, but I'm choosing myself here. And I love this idea of I can be with somebody, but that doesn't mean I have to compromise everything about myself to be with this person. And that idea of self-love being just as important as being important. Because
Well, that means a lot, because self-love is definitely important to me, and to be able to get across, because I think you can love, like you were saying, you can love someone but still not want to compromise your beliefs or who you are to be with them. Like when Joan was going through a lot of issues about not being able to be with Callista because of her village and her father and her religion and her gods, and Callista was like, I love you, but I can't do this anymore. And what I loved about writing that is that it wasn't like, she wasn't being like a pick me. She wasn't saying, pick me or I can't be with you. She was like,
right.
I get why you can't be with me because of your the way you grew up, but I need to step away for myself, and you need to figure out stuff for yourself.
Always important to have those kinds of conversations.
Yes.
If boundaries are being crossed, or if something isn't quite working.
And I also...
Oh, sorry.
No, you can go ahead.
I was just gonna introduce Alyssa, who joined the chat. A different Alyssa. Her name is. Yeah, she's a friend of mine in real life, and she writes too. So here she is.
Hi guys.
Hi.
Sorry, I don't have a webcam, but I have my little chibi character, so she'll talk when I'm talking.
It's fine. She's adorable.
I made her.
Nice.
But yeah. Hi.
Are you who drew the other fan art of Johara's characters?
Yeah, she did Callista and Marissa.
I
love your fan art. It was amazing.
Thank you. It took me so long to figure out stuff. Took me even longer to figure out stuff with my GB character. So it's all good.
Well, I think it was time and effort worth it because it turned out really cute.
Thank you. My little chibi character will bounce, but I have it off because it's kind of annoying. But yeah, I write fantasy romance, and honestly, I'm with you guys with the whole not liking love triangles, because it's honestly kind of stupid. I don't like it. Like, I'll introduce a character, but it's up to the main character to choose whether they want option A, option B, or rather stick with themselves and choose someone else completely different. And also, it's easier to love other people than to love yourself, but for your characters to go, okay, well, it's time for me to focus on myself and have you focus on yourself. So I totally get that. And all your guys' little clips that you put in for your writing sounds so good. Really, really good. Oh my
Thank
god.
you.
I was like, this sounds so good.
Are they even real in real life triangles? I don't know. I've never seen a real life love triangle where somebody was trying to choose between two people. Like, I've never seen that in real life.
I don't think I've seen that in real life either.
No.
And then Towers was like, I don't know, that's probably why they all suck. Real. That's honestly true.
I mean, it's easy
True.
to write stuff that you like actually can go find in the real world and kind of capture those feelings and those thoughts and those actual experiences. But if this is something that nobody in the real world is actually doing, then that's probably why they're all garbage. Because you're just like trying to, not like that's why it feels like they're not acting like real people, because they're not.
Definitely. feels
Yeah,
like there's a lot
the only
of
love
genuine-
triangle I watched that I don't completely hate is on The Legend of Korra, and that's because the two girls decided they didn't want the guy anymore, and by the end they fell in love. And it was awesome.
I like that. I like that ending. That's a good way to handle that.
Yeah.
When option A and option B just decide to just ditch the other person, then okay, that's at least amusing for an outcome. Or if all three end up together,
Yes.
that's also fun. But those are the only two outcomes where I can really tolerate it.
That's why I like The Legend of Korra, because because the two girls decided they were done with the crap from the guy, because he did grow by the end, but in the first few seasons he was extremely toxic, and then by the end the two of them end up getting close to. And one thing I also love is because in love triangles, the two people that want the same person, they're always enemies. They hate each other. They're fighting. They're trying to get with the middle person without caring about whether or not the middle person likes all this fighting or whatever. But in Legend of Korra, what I love so much was that even when they were both in love with this dude, they still managed to form a friendship, and they liked each other, and they never tried to downgrade the other for the guy. And I really did like that. And then they both decided they didn't want him anymore, and then they fall in love, which just made it that much better.
Honestly, that kind of sounds like why choose genre and like romance. I have this tiny series that I'm reading right now, and it's a Peter Pan retelling.
Ooh.
And it's pretty much like Wendy's great granddaughter ends up being with Peter Pan and like 3 different kinds of Lost Boys that weren't in the original story. They're like completely new. And she, from so far on the second book, it's like she chooses all of them, but also she chooses to live her life even if they're involved.
Interesting.
It's kind of weird. It was on TikTok, and I'm like, I want it. Give me. Buy it now.
The Wheel of Time books are kind of like that too, where the main dude ends up with 3 women all at the same time, and they all talk to each other. They're all friends, and they're just like, "You guys cool with this? Cool."
Yeah.
That's always good.
I don't normally read stuff like that, so it's my first time reading Why Choose. But honestly, and even the guys, they were friends before Winnie, that's the female main character's name, is join. They're like, all 3 of the guys are friends. And even with her jumping in, they're not fighting each other, causing chaos or anything like that.
That
And
sounds
it's
fun.
yeah, it's honestly kind of sweet because you have so they're the twins. I don't remember their names right now. They're like really sweet, gentle. You have I think his name is Lance or something like that. It starts with a L. He's kind of like the dark, broody one, and then you have Peter Pan, who's protective. So they all kind of like niche very nicely together. You don't really see that a lot in Wide Shoes or even like regular romance. It's actually pretty nice.
That's awesome. It sounds like a really good combination of characters.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
all
very
complement each other.
it's very interesting, and like in the original Peter Pan telling, they do have a twin set of characters. I don't remember their names either, but the twins in this retelling are actually Fae.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and like and this one, you remember in the movies where Peter Pan loses his shadow, like his shadow keeps on jumping and stuff. Well, this one, he completely loses his shadow. Tinkerbell turns evil, kills the original Wendy. So Peter Pan turns around and goes like, "I don't believe in fairies." Boom, Tinkerbell's dead.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So it's
Wow, that's one way to
completely
solve that problem.
it's completely different, and like the twins are actually Tinkerbell's sons.
Oh my gosh.
So,
Do they like know everything that happened, or do they like
Yes.
find it out?
Yes. It's so very interesting. I love it. I love anything to do with Peter Pan. I'm obsessed. But it's like very
that sounds like a mess in the best possible way.
you can say that again. I love it. I just started book 2 today and it's only 200 pages.
Nice.
Yes.
Very nice.
So, do you guys want to start another sprint?
Sure.
I'm down.
Okay. How about we'll come back 55 at 6:55 my time?
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Awesome. See you then. Happy writing.
Hello.
How'd your writing go?
Pretty good.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Does anyone want to share how their writing went?
I more than doubled my word count, so I'm pretty happy.
Nice.
I got a little bit more of the scene I was previously writing, which is nice.
I know, right? I had to go take my dog outside. She was barking at me
Aw.
for like the first 10 minutes. And I'm like, no, stop it. She's looking at me like, Mom.
Yeah, I'm almost done with this chapter. And I got a good amount done. Almost wrote an entire chapter, so I'm happy with that.
That's good.
Very nice. Yeah, this chapter needs at least a decent chunk more before it's done, but I'm happy with where it is right now.
I haven't even gotten to the point of separating things into chapters yet. I'm just sort of writing what comes and just throwing it in the manuscript at this point.
That's fair. I'm still in all of the habits I formed when I was posting the story on Kindle Vella, so I'm so used to doing this one chapter at a time that I don't think I can break that habit at this point. But it's
Same.
It's interesting the different methods for writing, and especially on like different mediums and everything.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So, is everyone here, are you a plotter or a pantser or I recently learned there's a term for if you're in between. What was it? It was like a planter or something like that, which I did not know that there was a term for it.
planter
'cause
or
that's always where I
planter,
go.
depending on what your preference is.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
that's the category I fall into.
I'm a
yeah.
pantser, 100% pantser. I just anything they tell me I write down, and it's a lot of chaos.
The way I would just kind of describe my method is I know where my starting point is and I know where I want this to end, like how you plan like a road trip. Like, okay, I
Right.
want to be at this location at roughly this time, you know. And sometimes we may need to make an emergency gas stop or a bathroom break or, and those kinds of moments I leave entirely up to the characters.
Right.
Whether or not they stop at that giant rubber band ball at the side of the road or something.
I call my method quilting because I put it in the manuscript where I think it will fall, and then when I feel like I have the majority of it, I start like stitching it all together. But yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's so interesting because it's like I've heard people be able to do different things, like people who would just write their favorite scenes and then fill in whatever later, or if you writing it down, you don't want to write this in the moment, you'll just skip that scene and keep writing. And it's like, I think that's so cool that some people could do that. I, on the other hand, could not. Like, I have to write it in order, and I always consider myself in between of a plotter and a pantser because I usually have some ideas when I go into a story. I don't really just go into a story with like nothing. I think it's interesting if you can, and I think it's very cool to be able to create like an entire story without even a single idea at the beginning. But I cannot do that. But I also never really like plot every single detail, especially because I did try that like once with one of my novellas because I was like stuck and I wanted to just plot everything and I wanted to see if that would help better. But it's actually this novella that I did it with. But I find as I'm writing that I get so many more ideas that I end up not using half of what I plotted anyways because so many other ideas are popping into my head as I write. So it's like so what I usually do is I have some ideas and I'll write them down so I remember my ideas. But usually I'll just write and things will come to me. And then whenever I want to plug in that idea, I start writing the idea, I put it into my phone. Because I can't really do, like, I can't, like, apparently I knew I couldn't, like, just write on nothing, but apparently I can't plot either because I just have too many ideas that form as I'm writing.
Oh, I get that.
That's fair.
Oh,
When I was doing the first couple of books of Tower of Memories, I was pantsing a bit more than I'm doing now. Now I have to go a little bit more on the plotting side because this is mostly payoff from all of the stuff I've set up before. So at this point, it's just kind of go along with what past me is left for me to work with.
Plus, I imagine when it comes to things, because you had that whole like element with the echoes, especially. And I don't want to give too much away, so I'm going to try to avoid any spoilers here. But I imagine that the type of thing you're writing off the lends itself more to needing to plot things out more. I know
Little
that
bit.
like in
There is a
Impossible-
particular character that has her own like section in my compendium, which is just where I'm jotting down everything I need to reference back to later. And yeah, like there's a character in the story where every chapter she's appeared in, I have to make a note of it. I'm not going to say anything, but Ellie knows what I'm talking about.
I'm not going to say anything either. It's interesting because in writing like An Impossible Dream and then the other book after this one, Where the Heart Is, which are kind of prequels, I knew kind of where the story was going to end, and I knew like certain things I needed to hit because it was already talked about in B or referenced in B. And so being a pantser with having like that's the closest thing I've ever had to deal with like an outline or a plot, and even then it was kind of loosey goosey.
And your
Yeah.
series, Ellie, is very interesting because the first book is about Ari and Henry, and in it was after Henry already ran away, and him and Ari meet, and they, join this whole rebellion. I don't want to give too much away either because everything that's happened and was going on. And then the second book, An Impossible Dream, is technically a prequel because you get to meet Henry when he's a lot younger, and you get to meet Fra when he was younger before everything that made him who he was in the first book, and you get to finally meet Sarah, who's mentioned several times in the first book, and then you have the third book, Where the Heart Is, which is a prequel to An Impossible Dream because it's about Henry's mother, and you get to see her life. She was always kind of like this ghost or whatever figure, and it's like you knew her, but you didn't know her at the same time, and you finally get to follow her, see what's so interesting about the third book is that it's, without giving too much away, it basically just leads up to B.
Yes.
And it was
Absolutely.
really interesting to see because both that and Impossible Dream did that a little bit. It led up to what happened in B, so we already knew what happened. We were just finding out how the events led there. And then the fourth book is finally going to be after B, so we finally get to see the fallout of what happened in B. And I'm so excited for that. And it was just a really interesting way how you told all these stories, not technically in order, so you can read the books in whatever order you want, with it still being a series and still being connected. Because there's like series, like my series, I feel like you have to read in order, probably same with Alyssa's. And but then there's stories that are not connected at all, but they're like the Twisted Tale series. They're technically a series, but they're not connected at all. And then you have your series, which managed to be connected, but still can be read in any order, which I find really interesting. Like, what was your idea to do that with your series?
So with that, it was Sarah basically said, move aside, I'd like to tell my story now. And so I started basically just working on her story and writing what came there. I also, in writing B, there was a period of like the 10 years I was working on that novel that I basically just wrote a bunch of Henry's memories and stuff. And so that kind of laid a lot of groundwork there as well. And then there was so much about people's identity and their own stories and everything, and it led to a lot of questions about the Queen in B and Impossible Dream, and this idea of how much of her identity is just stripped away to being Queen or Henry's mother, and sort of wanting to know more about her, and that kind of like opened up the entirety of the world. And it these guys are prequels to B, but there's parts that run parallel. So, like, the last year that's covered in Impossible Dream is essentially everything that happens in B, like during the same time frame as B. And then Fair comes when Henry is about 10 years old. So, in Where the Heart Is, there's a period of time when Henry is 10, like middle of the book, where Sarah arrives, and that kind of runs parallel until what happens with there. So, yeah.
I'm
I don't
that
know
I
if
am
that
writing a parent-based prequel because I'm not going to do that. I can already tell you guys that much.
Oh, there's not going to be a prequel?
No,
You sure?
I'm relatively positive. I'm not saying you won't get like the occasional flashback snippet intermission, but as far as like actually writing one, nope, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, it can be interesting, but it can also be hard. I know when I was writing my first prequel I wrote was my Jasmine Perez prequel, which is also kind of villain origin story. And the one thing I wanted to make sure I did, because it's something I feel strongly of, because I feel like nowadays they're always trying to sympathize with villains and making it seem like maybe the hero is actually the villain, which I hate because yes, villains can have backstories that turn them into who they are, but I'm a firm believer that you can sympathize with who they were when they went through hell without sympathizing with who they are now and the hell they are causing. And so when I made this villain origin story to understand why Lilac was the way she is now, I wanted to make sure that a big thing for me was that to understand like she was going through a lot back then, but I didn't want it to become some sort of redemption or some sort of sympathizing thing with her. I didn't want readers to sympathize with her. I wanted them to just understand her, if that makes sense.
I really appreciated in the novella or in that novel, the prequel that you're talking about, that you didn't come up like there wasn't a feeling like you were excusing anything she did. There was no excuse for the decisions that were made in that book as well as in the Jasmine Perez series as a whole. And I just really appreciated that because, sometimes people are just assholes. And
that's true too.
I don't always feel the need to sympathize with somebody who is an asshole. And
I think if you want to make a villain origin story, that's fine. I just think it is important to not always sympathize with them, which is why I don't want to watch the new Mufasa movie, because everything I'm hearing, it sounds like they're really trying to make you sympathize with Scar, and I don't want to sympathize with Scar. He was just a jerk.
I'm all for a complex villain, but I think there's plenty of space too for somebody like the King in the B series who is just a jerk, like you're saying. He's just a bad guy.
Yeah.
I always found Scar most entertaining when he's just letting himself be the pure villain. Like, adding more ambiguity to Scar will rob him of his entertainment value, I'm worried. Which is why I haven't seen it either.
Yeah, and I just feel like there's so many times where they either try to sympathize with the villain or they try to make it seem like the villain's only this way because of the hero, so it turns the hero into a villain. And it's like, I just feel like you can... I feel like a villain sometimes just let them be evil. Like, let them be a jerk. Let them just be awful. Okay? Like, one of my least favorite book characters I have ever read, I'm going to say it right now, is the King in B, because I despise that man. And I don't think there's a way to redeem him, like, at all. Like, I feel like there are characters that could be redeemed, but then there's characters like him that are just irredeemable for many, many reasons.
I have a short story collection I'm working on for the B series where you get to see a little bit of the King when he was younger. And it's not like you're saying, it's not that you're going to be like, oh, this poor guy, my heart goes out to him now. It's more like, okay, you're still a jerk.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
it's like, oh, you've always been like this. Okay.
Right.
I just think it's a very fine line, which is why it was so important to me when I was working on the Jasmine Perez sequel, because a prequel, because I just felt like I wanted people to understand why she is the way she is without being like, oh my gosh, I feel so sorry for her. Like, this excuses everything she did. Because no, it didn't. Okay, what she did was unexcusable.
But it also made so much sense for her sister too. Can I just say that like I left off the Jasmine Perez series quite honestly a little bit more than a little bit angry at her sister as well, and so getting to see that offered a lot more understanding for her character as well. I feel too.
And I feel like because there's 3 siblings, the Pierce siblings, and I feel like it shows the 3 different people. Like there's Lilac, who's just became completely evil. Then there's Rosemary, who I feel like can be a little morally gray. Like
I felt
did
very gray vibes from her.
she did some things that just wasn't okay, and I feel like she might have turned on her sister a little bit too early, like, and stuff like that. And then there's Ilex, who I feel like is just on the other side because he's just truly good, and I feel like they parallel each other in a really cool way.
Good foils.
That does sound like a fun dynamic to be playing with.
Yes, it definitely was, and it's like whenever I'm gonna end up having to kill Joan, it's gonna be heartbreaking. Even though I knew she always had to die because that's already was established before I even started writing her. But the same thing happened with Elex and Luciana because they're mentioned in the 3rd book of the trilogy, and it was like one mention, like that was it. And then I had to actually create the characters and give them personalities and a life. And I didn't expect to actually fall in love with them the way I did. And then when I had to kill them off at the end, that actually kind of broke me because I was like, now I love them and now they have to die.
Yeah. It's for that particular reason that I will say a certain character is seen in book 4 as very ghost-like because I can't say goodbye to certain characters just yet.
Oh. I'm a planter. Yeah, I feel like it's very. I definitely feel like that's where I fall because, like, I do plot some things, but not everything. So, but yeah, so because I'm also working, because the series I'm currently working on is very long and established. Like there's the main trilogy, then I'm working on the novella series, which I'm almost done with. 2 last novellas. There's gonna be 10 in all, and plus I have a prequel trilogy that I actually did write the first chapter, or the first 2 chapters or something. So that has been officially started. I don't think I told you that, Ellie, but yeah, that has been officially started, and I wrote the first 2-ish chapters, and it was interesting. So like Rain is introduced at the very beginning, and you get to see more about them because I know you hear a little bit about them in the 2nd book when they were explaining how they came to be and how they met Marissa and Kalista and stuff.
Cool storytelling power of them.
Yes, that was a very cool scene to write. I'm so glad you like that scene. But you're getting to see a little bit of Kalista and Athena's mentorship because even though it was mentioned that they had a mentorship in the trilogy, I don't think you really got to see it enough in the novellas, but you're getting to see a little bit in this new trilogy, which is fun. And yeah, so I'm very excited. It does start off kind of bittersweet on Kalista's side because this is shortly after. So there's that. But this is a very long series, and it's very fun to write because I just feel like with Kalista, she is 1,000 years old, so there's just so much I can do for her. And I also thought of, actually Ellie gave me this idea when she was talking about writing a series of short stories where I could write short stories about I could write short stories about some things that happen after the trilogy and stuff. And I already have a couple ideas of little short stories so you can see what happened to these characters and stuff. And I'm just really excited for all that.
It does sound exciting.
How long is your story going to be, Alyssa?
I don't want to talk about it.
Wow.
I don't want to talk about it. I'm on book 6, and the end of this book is going to be the end of the first school year.
Oh wow. Are we
No.
gonna
So I
get
don't wanna
all the
talk about
school
it.
years?
There's 5 school years, so
Oh wow.
this is why I don't want to do a
Maggie.
prequel book. I'm already doing too many.
So many books to look forward to. I'm so excited.
I know.
You're excited.
Okay, it's hard, at least for me, because it's like sometimes you get more ideas and it's like the main story's over, but there's other stories with the
Yeah.
same world that you feel like could
Hello?
work.
Hello. Were you having audio
Hi.
issues?
Yeah.
Are you
Oh
back
my
now?
Well, we can hear you now.
That's good. Yeah, I was having some audio issues, so I was trying to fix it.
Mm,
Happens to the best of us.
yeah. But so I have a like in my Jasmine Press series, I thought I was done with it, okay, but then I came up with an idea that has to do with Jasmine's daughter. So that has been in the works, as well as a sequel duology for the Christmas Light that follows one of the side characters who is now a main character, and I'm very excited for that because she just screamed at me that she wanted her own story, and I was like, you know what, fine. So that's in the works, and then I have another prequel trilogy for this one, as well as other series from completely different worlds. So there's just a lot going on in my head.
When is there nothing going on in your head, Jahara?
Shut up.
We're writers. We all have like 20 mental tabs open at all times.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
like we're all probably on the FBI watch list, to be honest. You still don't have to search.
Poisons? What are you talking about?
I only had to look up how much blood was in the human body one time. It's fine.
One time, correct?
I mean, I searched up what does burning flesh smell like, so
We're all in good company.
yeah.
I'm scared.
Don't worry, we're not committing a murder today.
Today.
Only fictional murders. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my mom and Solus over here are still mad at me for a character that died in my first
KMK.
series.
KMK.
Kate, which I'm sure Ellie remembers her.
Kate! Oh my god.
I
Oh.
screamed at Jahara when
I
I read
don't
it.
blame you for that one. That one blindsided me. I was like, what?
And she wrote it so well too.
Yeah.
I had my sister read it, and she's like, "Jesus,
Was that the butterfly?
yeah."
Yeah.
No,
I mean, if you're gonna star your readers, you might as well do it with phenomenal shiver line.
Well, that means a lot. My mom
me
still
and
brings
her
up
mom
that
still
one.
talk about it.
Yeah, my mom has not. Like, out of all, she's read all my books. She's caught up on all my books. But that's the one death that she cannot get over. And she said it's because it just really shocked her. Like, she did not see it coming. So it kind of just imprinted on her brain, and now she can't forget it.
See, the thing is, I have a feeling Joan's death, though, is gonna scar me even more, even though I see it coming.
Because there's still 10 novellas of, Joan and Kalista be like the super couple, and then boom, she's gonna die, and we know what effect that has on Kalista, because Kalista's still not over 500 years later, or like what, 700 years later, something like that. So yeah.
Like I said before, train crash in slow motion. You're just like,
For real. Like, what kills me, though, at times, like what Ellie's talking about, is like sometimes you can see something coming, and because sometimes the shock factor can really blindside you, like it did with them and my mom and stuff. But sometimes, even if you know it's coming, it can still be so devastating because it's like you love this character, you love this relationship, and even though you know it's happening, you fall in love with them despite that, and then by the time it happens, you don't want it to happen, and then you're still screaming and crying.
Yeah. 100%.
I'm not ready to write her death either, so it's not just you. I just know because she's
You're
better.
evil.
Ellie's better reading all of my novellas, and I just know that when I send her the 10th one, she's gonna come at me screaming at me.
You're
Yeah.
evil.
I'm in
Honestly,
between
same.
you and Alyssa's Tower of Memory series. I'm gonna lose my voice with the amount of screaming. Like,
We're traumatizing
I'm
her over
expecting
here.
to send you 6 when it's done, and then you're gonna read it. You're gonna get to the end, and you're gonna get to that bit, and you're just gonna send me just several angry messages.
oh my god.
I already know that. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, she's gonna do the same. Like, even though she knows what's happening, she's still gonna be so mad at me when it finally happens.
Oh my god.
Especially, I feel like I'm twisting the knife in this heartbreak even more with this 9th novella, just because it is all fluff. So I'm really showering readers with so much Khaleesi and Joan, so much sweet moments, so many like what ifs, like what if Joan had survived, that it's going to really hurt readers that much worse when the 10th novella comes out.
Yeah. I fully anticipate that.
You're evil, Jahara. I will forever freaking say that. Nova, quit barking at your sister.
I think all writers are evil, let's be real.
True that.
Yeah.
We traumatize readers for fun.
It's our favorite pastime.
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially the ones that really likes to gut their readers.
And I feel like
You know,
it's one of
It's
the
not like we
best-
do this for the money.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like there's no better compliment somebody can give you than you've completely destroyed me with your writing. Like,
Yeah, for real.
you know, you've managed to get them emotionally invested, to, you know, feel it with their whole heart. There's nothing better than that.
Yeah.
10 out of 10. Emotionally devastated me. I will never be okay.
Yeah.
Forever
when
sad.
when I read the end of B, I was so upset. Same with the Mantis variant. Like, Adam destroyed me, Ellie destroyed me. I was just like so upset. And I'm pretty sure that's gonna happen when I catch up on Alyssa's books as well. So I'm not ready to be emotionally destroyed yet again.
Well, the really emotionally destructive parts aren't out yet, so, you know, it's fine.
No, you're just building to them. We can see them arriving and coming at us full force. We're standing in front of a train going, please hit me now.
Right? That's what happens when you're waiting for a book to come out that you know is gonna destroy you.
Oh,
Oh god. I have a couple of those that are supposed to come out this year. And I know it's just gonna wreck my feelings.
Yeah.
I hear children screaming in the background.
Yeah. My siblings are getting on my mom's nerves. What's new?
Your poor mom. The only one that's getting on my nerves is my dog. Only because she won't stop barking at my boyfriend's cat.
Oh wow.
I made him take her. I legit messaged him on Discord. I'm like, please come grab Nova, please.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Actually, in the book I'm currently writing, it's kind of set in the medieval times, which is my first time writing something set in that type of time zone. I actually have a character named Nova, and she's so far my favorite character because of her little quips that she does to the two main male characters. And I love her so much.
Sass is always fun to write.
Yeah.
Yeah, I call her she's known as the Shadow. She's she kind of reminds me of her her quietness is based off of one of your favorite characters, Jahara, from the Six of Crows.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Inej?
Yeah,
I love Inej.
but she's more outspoken and kind of more like I don't give two fucks kind of person.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
She's really fun to write, and her and Dante, one of the main male characters, they banter like siblings. And they just take it off from there, and I was going back and forth with them I don't know, like a chapter or so ago. And Kaz, the first male F my brain is not working today. Send help.
It's okay.
I'm tired. I worked. He's the crown prince character, so it's gay. that's all I'm gonna say. It's gay. That's gay.
I see that as a win.
Yeah.
So it's called The Dagger and the Crown, and I've been writing this book off and on for the past two years. Yeah, 2 years, and I'm
Very nice.
not even in the middle. But
She's one of those really bad critics, self-critics, who like she'll write something and decide she doesn't like it and delete the entire story and start over.
Mhm.
Oh.
I do that. Not with this one. I think the first chapter or two I did do that because I didn't like how it sounded. But
I've
I'm
done that.
on chapter 22 now, and I haven't done that.
Good.
Pretty happy with how I've gotten.
The first 2 chapters of Tower of Memories I ever wrote, I didn't like and completely scrapped and redid from the very beginning.
Right.
But we have the ones we have now, and they are much better. Trust me.
They are phenomenal chapters.
Yes.
As a writer myself, I really struggle with like deleting things. And so like
Same.
I'll put it in a separate document, especially if there's like overall I'm not the biggest fan, but there's
They
like
were
line
in a
or two
separate
that's
document,
right.
but then that device died. So I don't have them anymore.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah. I've
I
had
kept-
plenty. So when I
I
was working on
prioritize keeping the actual like published versions of this chapter
That's-
over the
that's very
scrapped draft
fair.
versions.
Yeah.
That is very fair. The when I was working on B, it took me 10 years. It was a book I started when I was like 11 years old, I think. And I had lost so many versions of that story to the angry computer god. With computer crashed or it didn't save or the file was deleted, and it devastated me.
I could imagine.
Yeah. Fun fact, this story I'm actually
That's why I
working
have
on.
physical versions of all my
Uh,
chapters.
This,
This is the current what I have of book 6 currently.
Well, I use Word, and as long as you log into your account, everything you have will be saved, even if it's on a completely different device. Like this laptop, I got more on the recent side. Alyssa actually gave it to me. The other
You're
Alyssa
welcome.
because my laptop was like really awful and old, and like
That one.
the
One
charging
day I
port
go
was
for me.
the charging port was broken, so I had to stay plugged in at all times, and even if you moved it slightly, it could die. And then and I was still using that for a while like that, but then a few of the keys decided they wanted to stop working, and it was really hard to write when a couple of the keys don't want to work. So when I got this one, I just logged into my Word and all my things were right there, so that's good.
When she told me her keys were falling off, I'm like, girl needs a new laptop bad. So me and my boyfriend were like talking, and I told him what happened, and we were both like, let's get her a new one. We'll chip in both.
That's sweet.
She actually got me my first laptop, so it's kind of like payback.
But so that's good. But fun fact, so the series I'm actually working on right now was actually one of the first real book series I had started back in like probably middle school, high school. But that laptop I ended up crashing, and I did lose that because it was before I discovered Word and was able to save my stuff through Word. And it was a lot different though than it is now, like almost completely different. Like the idea is the same, but like as you know, one of my comp titles I use is Monster High, even though this is more of a mature version because it gets very dark, whereas Monster High is a kids cartoon, so it's more on the lighter side. But the reason why, because Monster High was my original inspiration, because originally they were in a monster college. Yeah, that was like the original idea, and so it's still like the essence behind the story. Like Kalista, I think, had a different name, but like her character was still more or less the same and stuff. And it still had the idea of her past coming to find her, just it happened differently. So after years and years after I published my first 2 series, I still remembered that story. I was like, why don't I just try to recreate it? And this is what came out of it. So
That's awesome.
See,
That's awesome.
sometimes with stuff like that, when you lose stuff, if you at least remember kind of the plot that you wanted to write to begin with, it comes out better.
because I definitely like I already published 2 series at this point, so my writing had improved a lot from when I was back in middle school. So
Yeah.
definitely,
Yeah.
obviously, you should
It's
always
a-
improve in your writing.
It's a
So
blessing in disguise.
yeah, so I really like how the story turned out now, and I'm very glad that I at least remembered like the idea of it because and then I was able to recreate it, and yeah, it turned out very well.
I'm a big fan of it.
That means a lot.
I'm waiting till it's all published, then I'm just gonna buy it all and read it.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Especially with those cliffhangers. Oh my god, the queen of cliffhangers here.
Ellie once in one of our messages to each other called me like the cliffhanger queen or something. Because I leave
That's
cliffhangers a
awesome.
lot.
I can see it. I can see it.
She's yelled at me before because of cliffhangers because she wanted to find out what happens, but she could not find out what happens yet.
That's awesome.
Is anyone here up for another sprint? I don't know if you guys have to go or anything.
I'm up for another one if you guys are.
I'm
Yeah.
up for it. I'm not
Sure.
doing anything.
Okay, how about 05, 5 minutes past 8 in my
Yeah.
my time? Okay. So see you then. Happy writing.
Happy writing.
Happy writing.
Hello.
Hello.
How is everyone? How did their writing go?
Pretty good. I finished my chapter.
Yay!
When we started, I had 0. Now I have over 2,000 words. So I'm going to call that a win.
Oh wow, nice. How about you, Ellie?
I was reworking a piece I was not too happy with, so that's always good.
How are you feeling about it now?
A little bit better. I like more of the descriptions I have and sort of rearranging some of the stuff.
Better is always a win.
Yeah. How about you, Alyssa?
Which Alyssa?
You probably.
Soulless.
Pretty good. I actually finished chapter 22 and started chapter 23.
Very nice.
So that makes me happy.
I finished my chapter as well and started the next. I was struggle a little bit with how starting the chapter. I feel like that is what happens sometimes because I feel like once you get going, it's like when they talk about what's the hardest things to write, the beginning, middle, and end. And I always feel like the middle is the easiest because you're on a flow at that point, you know? The beginning is really hard to like start something, and then the ending can be, I don't think it's as hard as the beginning, but it can still be hard trying to find the perfect ending, especially if it's like the last book of a series. Like you want it to end good. And it can be very stressful trying to end things perfectly and doing justice for these characters. So I did definitely struggle with starting this chapter. I think I started a small flow, so I think I got it going on now. But yeah.
Yeah. The
That's
first
good.
couple of lines are usually the hardest for me, but once I get past like the first paragraph, the rest is pretty easy.
I find when I'm
Same, unless
writing,
I get like stuck on something. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
think I find it helps for me to have some type of really good hook as a writer. So, like, if I can think of a really good line, even if I don't wind up staying with that line, it at least helps me get into the flow. Kind of like when I'm reading a book and I get a good hook.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
definitely. Yeah, because I was like, I knew what I wanted to happen in this chapter of sorts, but I was just struggling to figure out how, like, to get there, like, how to start it all off and how to get to where I'm going, which I feel like for me at least is a lot of my trouble. Like, a lot of times when I do get in a writer's block of sorts, it's not because I don't know what I'm writing, it's because I know where I want to go. I just don't know how to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there is this one line I wrote. It was like the end of the second paragraph because I wrote the first two paragraphs and I really liked it. It says, it is the second paragraph says things that humans tend to overlook, talking about like the beauty of like different sights and stuff. Things that humans tend to overlook, not realizing their own type of magic or how beautiful these sights are. They take for granted all they have. One thing monsters never do. They don't take things for granted. They appreciate everything because all they have been through, all they have seen, and all the things that they want. Which I feel like is, I really like how that ended and what that said, because if you look in the realm of monsters, I feel like at that point monsters have gotten a little taken for granted how beautiful the monster realm is. Because I know when Roxanne first shows up, she's astounded by everything because she grew up in the mortal realm around humans, but now she's in a world full of monsters and she's looking at all the sights and how beautiful it is. And 500 years after the realm was created, I feel like monsters have gone to that point. So I thought that was, so when that thought came in my head as I was writing it, I was like, that's kind of a funny shout out to how the realm of monsters turned out, because in 500 years the monsters will end up being overlooking sights like humans do.
I like that. It's always fun to have those types of callbacks.
And it
That's
lines
a
up
nice
pretty
Yeah.
well
sentiment in your
too.
chapter. Then my chapter is Russell's getting detention.
Russell's getting detention, you said?
What did he do this time?
I don't know. I don't have details, and he hasn't given me details. Neither has Vivian. Apparently, he
people
did
want to
something.
know.
He did something magical to some other student without their permission, so now he's got detention. Serafina's just like, I don't know, force him to help decorate the school for the dance.
That darn
I
troublemaker.
swear, I swear
They're all
the Dragon
troublemakers.
Towers always get into trouble.
Even she's just like, what did he do this time? Because the moment she goes into Vivian's office, he's just sitting there, like, clearly not happy about what's going on, and Vivian's kind of giving him, like, that stern look. And she's just like, what did he do? What did he do this time?
Yeah. Yeah, those are always funny when it's like one of those characters where it's like when they do something and then you're just like, what did they do this time? Because they just always do something. Those characters are always fun to write, though.
Oh, so
Yeah,
much fun.
That's why I have a whole tower full of them. And it's great.
Endless chaos.
Like you were saying earlier, I love whenever Angelina is in a scene with them because she's always just so over all their stuff. But I think even though she will like verbally say how weird they are and how insane all of this is, inside she secretly likes the chaos, or she wouldn't be around them all the time.
Yeah, like she's just like, I don't think that's how you're supposed to run a tower. Now I need to go find the line. Hang on. From an earlier chapter. Where was it? Where did I put it? Here it is. I'll read the whole section so that we all have the context for this.
Okay.
Speaking of tower business, though, Celica, while you're here, I want you to know you're being volunteered to help with the masquerade masks. Selena giggled while Celica scoffed. By who? By me, I told her. I know Chaser is over for the year, so it's not like you won't have time. I don't think that's how volunteering works, Angelina mumbled. You didn't need to sound that exasperated. So, yeah, that's the vibe.
Like these stuff Angelina has to go through by hanging around with them.
And yet she's still Serafina's best friend outside of Dragon Tower. She's still dating Celica.
Yeah.
Knowing that this is what they're like.
Angelina and Celica are cute.
They're
They're adorable. Yeah, I get to have one cute couple, one slightly chaotic couple, and then whatever Russell's doing.
I feel like that could be just a tagline for Russell's character, whatever Russell's doing. Why is he in detention? Whatever.
I feel like that's pretty accurate.
Almost makes me feel bad for the person who does have a crush on him, but you know, that's their choice.
Yeah, chaotic couples are always fun because it's like they have their sweet moments, obviously, but then they're just so chaotic. I feel like Khaleesi and Joan could be a little bit like that. Like, I did write down this one sentence. I haven't gone to the scene yet. It's going to be in this chapter, but I wanted to write it down because I really like the idea, like, and I'm writing up to it. It'll be happening soon. But Joan says, "Do you want to know what will be fun?" And then Kalista says, "Find an evil man who hurts women, become vigilantes, and catch him slowly." And then she's like, "No, super disturbing though."
I mean, that sounds fun to me.
Very chaotic.
Kalista needs to team up with Ari, especially in the fourth book. You're gonna really love what Ari does with Elsby. They have fun, especially with that particular line.
I can't wait. Like, I have been waiting for them to meet. Honestly, like waiting for them to meet because like we have the characters from book one, the characters from book two, and I've been waiting for Ari to meet Sarah and Elsby. Like, I want that so bad. And it's like they all also have a connection to Henry. And it's like that's probably going to be like part of how they get together in the first place because they all loved him. Well, Sarah and Ari loved him. Elsby had issues.
Sorry. Okay. No, bye. Bye. What do I do?
Oh boy.
Okay, I'm so sorry. My phone did a thing. I'm really
It's
bad with
fine.
technology.
The struggle is
I was
real.
gonna say that yeah, Ari and Elsby meeting up was a lot of fun to write. Especially
bet.
because they don't initially get along and
Oh boy.
yeah, Elsby might or might not be threatening Ari with a frying pan at one point, so no, it goes over
Very
well.
Rapunzel.
I'm sure that Ari isn't really phased though, because Ari has been through some hell.
Yeah, no, she's very. They're both very unimpressed with each other.
I can see that. I really can. Like, I feel like they're both can be cynical, but in a different way that Sarah is, and I feel like it would just match up perfectly, and that's probably why they don't like each other at first, because they see a lot of themselves in each other. At least that's what I feel like. I know I mentioned. Huh?
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, I know I mentioned how much I remember relating to Serafina, but I also remember relating to Elspie a lot, which I think I told you when I was like reading it, sending you messages. I was like, I relate to Elspie so much.
I'm so glad you like them.
You both write amazing characters. Like, I love them so much.
Thank you. Right back at you.
Good night. Glad that you joined us.
Ellie and Alyssa, have you guys ever thought about co-writing a book?
I'm not opposed to it.
I was just wondering because me and Jahara were co-writing a book, but working on our main books first. And it made me think. I'm like, I wonder if other writers, indie writers, co-write. So I was just wondering.
I wrote a children's book with my fiance and my mom, and then there's another children's book I need to illustrate that I wrote with my mom and my brother.
Oh, nice.
Very cool.
But in terms of like a full-length novel or anything like that, I haven't really had that experience. How are you guys co-writing? Are you guys like doing different chapters each or different characters? Like, how are you handling them?
Yeah, we're doing different chapters. Like, one chapter will be mine, one's hers, and we both have our main character. And yeah, it can be a little difficult because we both have different writing styles, so that's something we have to figure out. And we're not that far into the book yet. Alyssa annoys me though because she likes to delete everything she wrote.
I deleted like 5 chapters because I was not happy with it.
And I never do that. I feel like, yeah, there might be passages I delete and stuff, but a lot of times, and even when I edit, I don't usually do too heavy edits because most of the time I'm pretty happy with what I end up writing. And I just might need to refigure things out and like maybe change some wordings and stuff, but I don't really ever like delete a whole lot and read. But yeah, so
I can't help it, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. I can't help it. But yeah, it was actually my idea to co-write a book. a plot just like popped into my head, and I told her about it, kind of joked about it, and then I'm like, oh, you know what? We should totally do this.
That sounds really cool.
Yeah, her I don't remember her character's name, but her character is a witch.
Right.
And she's like running away from her coven, and because her coven leader wants to murder her. It's a whole thing. But Jahara has odd chapters, and I have even chapters. So like chapter 1, it's her. Chapter 2, it's me.
I feel like doing that would be hard if I were to try and co-write with somebody, because I have a terrible habit of just like dumping a plot twist in a chapter and then letting the fallout to the next one. So
Yeah.
I
Honestly,
feel
same.
bad for the person on the other side. They would just be like, "What am I supposed to do with this?" And I'm like, "Good luck."
Honestly, that's something
sounds
that I
like
would
a
do.
lot
So look
of-
out for that, Solus.
But honestly, it sounds like a lot of fun to like co-write with somebody and be like, okay, you made this amazing plot twist. Now, what do I do with this? How do I make this work?
Yeah.
It seems like it'd be like a really fun puzzle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, like how you guys call Jahara the queen of cliffhangers, she also does major freaking plot twist.
It does.
So
Plot twists are fun.
her plot twist, I can make into my own benefit. So it
That's
just
something
like
you're gonna have to figure out.
it just like depends, because I know her writing so well.
Yeah.
And I know she's like continuing to improve and improve. So am I at the same time. So whatever she writes, if our characters are together, I can bounce off that because of her writing first.
That makes sense.
I imagine there has to be a lot of trust and rapport with the other person you're writing with.
Oh
To be
yeah.
able to co-write like that. You know, you have to be able to know the other person's writing and also feel like confident in complimenting that as well, I imagine.
Yeah.
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 Like,
It's like I'm sorry, what?
go ahead, Jahara.
Oh, it's like another series that I think both Ellie and I read is A Daughter's Ransom.
Yes.
And it's two authors working together, and I think they're sister-in-laws. Am I right? Yeah, that's what I thought. They're sister-in-laws, and they something like that, and they work together to write this series. I'm behind because they don't have their books on KU, and I have been broke and haven't been able to buy the books. But once I have money, I plan to buy them and catch up on the series. But the series is really good so far. I think I've read the first 3 books, and
I'm on book 4.
nice. I want to read book 4 so bad, but first I need money to buy the book. Because they also have that prequel that came out, don't they?
Yeah, they do. I've been eyeing that one, but I haven't been. Yeah, I'm same boat. Wish I had more
Yeah.
money.
Yeah. So
This is why you should buy the books. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm talking to the viewers.
Yes. We highly recommend you buy all of our books.
yes, 100%. Like I said, I put all of our author pages in the description so that people can just click on it and look at all of our books.
I don't have any books posted right now, but I'm working on it. But I do stream on Twitch though. So
Nice.
yeah, that's where the
Yeah.
little chibi character comes in hand. I don't want to
Very
show my
cool.
face.
That's fair.
But yeah, so I feel like they manage to complement each other pretty well. And if they're sister-in-laws, then they probably know each other really well and probably have been for years. And yeah, I feel like they do a really good job, and I really love their series, and I can't wait to catch up.
There was one book I read called Will Grayson, and I know one of the authors is John Green. I don't remember the name of the other author, but if I remember correctly, I watched an interview where they were talking about their process, and they said it kind of was this X formation that they did, where they each had their own characters, and then it would like come together in the middle, and then it sort of broke apart and finished telling their story. So it was like one story, but sort of following the two different characters, and each author took on that.
That kind of almost sounds like what we were thinking about doing with our story, because our was going to be a trilogy, if I remember correctly. I have it written down somewhere. Where is it? I don't know. But like, I even made the book covers and stuff.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I like to do creative stuff like that.
Very cool.
But yeah, I was just wondering because I do have this book series called House of Night, and it's written by a daughter and mother,
Oh, cool.
and PC Cass and Kristen Cass.
I know that series.
Yes, I love
my
the
shelf over there.
series. They have their like main freak it's on my bookshelf, but it's covered by figures. 10, 11, 12
I
books.
love my
don't
mother,
know.
but I don't know if I would want to write a book with her.
My mom was the funniest freaking lady ever, and I would have 100% written a book with her.
My mom is one of my alpha readers. She jokes around that my characters live in her head rent free too. And she is such a joy to do stuff with. Plus, she's a phenomenal author and writer herself. So it's been a lot of fun working with her on the children's books and everything. But I could imagine us having a lot of fun working on a story just around as well.
Honestly,
That's sweet.
I would
Yeah.
also write a book with my older sister. My sister writes lesbian romance, but her books are good. She's currently writing a fan fiction about Wednesday and Enid.
Oh, fun.
And it's really good because apparently Wednesday's a stalker in this one.
Yeah, that tracks.
But her books are really good, and my sister is also a really, really good artist. You can ask Jahara; she's seen some of her artwork. I would 100% write a book with my sister and have her draw the characters and everything.
That's awesome.
If she
Maybe
would
we could
ever
do
do
that.
it with me. But yeah, Jahara definitely, my mom definitely can't do it with her though, because she's no longer around. But I do have
Aw.
Jahara and my sister. But you could ask Jahara. My mom was freaking hilarious.
Yeah.
She was super down to earth, crazy smart. Just she's a lot of dumb people. But she was my number one cheerleader. Jahara actually introduced me to Wattpad, and that's when my writing really started to take off.
That's where I used to write. I haven't really written there in a while.
I used to give my phone or my tablet over to my mom and make her read my stuff. I'm like,
Aw.
read, please. And she would give me really good feedback, but she always complimented me on my descriptions on characters,
Nice.
on the stuff they do, their looks, even like detail scenes and stuff. I'm really good with stuff like that.
That's awesome. That's a good skill to have. I always find that I always have to like go back in my writing and add in that kind of stuff. or
I
like
kind-
you have to sit there and like think about it to get it down compared
I
to like
I'm always adding more details in when I do my first round of edits.
Yeah, because that I do like. Okay, so I'm from Florida, so some of my writing is from Florida. Like my characters' birth towns are places I lived at, and I would remember
sense.
stuff. So, like currently now, I live in Houston, Texas, and there's so much more stuff over here. But even some of that, like the buildings here, huge. That goes in my writing. But more like medieval buildings. But like the texture, the height, even how the sun beams down on buildings and how it casts a shadow. I'm really good with detailed stuff with that.
That's amazing.
it
Thank
sounds
you.
like
Yeah.
you really look at everything from like an artist perspective.
I blame that on my sister.
Yeah, I think one thing I need to work on is descriptions. I feel like where I truly shine, because everyone has their weaknesses and strengths when it comes to writing. My weakness is definitely like really being able to describe things well enough. But I feel like my strengths would be dialogue. Like I'm really good at witty dialogue, which is something Ellie has complimented me on, and I'm really good at fight scenes. I love writing fight scenes. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I love writing them, and I like to think that I'm pretty good at it.
I think you are.
You are pretty good with it.
It's funny that you mentioned not feeling like description is an area you excel at, because there are moments that still stick with me from your book.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like for instance, there is that scene in the one novella with the burning of the letters.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it is just the description in that is so well done, and it's so emotional. And yeah, just moments like that really stick out to me from your writing.
Well, that means a lot.
Yeah, I definitely
I
agree with
think-
Ellie
yeah,
on
I
that.
think it's funny because it's like, oh, really? I think it's funny because I think like sometimes you can think that you're not good at something, but then someone will read your work and be like, "You're actually really good at it." So I think it's all about perspective. Like I always felt like I wasn't good at it, but apparently some readers think I am. So it's always funny to see different perspectives like that. Like I was honestly really afraid about writing the novellas and having, because so much of them are mostly focused on the romance of Kalista and Joan, and that's never been a focus of mine. And considering I've never actually been in a relationship, I was really afraid about making it, I don't know, realistic. But Ellie's given me some really amazing compliments about my writing of them, which made me feel better, because I was so afraid that they wouldn't really hit hard, because I've never really been in a romance, and I was afraid I wasn't gonna write it well enough. But the fact that some readers think that I did means a lot.
Yeah,
Trust me, it hits hard. It is good. I love the banter back and forth. I love the sweetness, the communication. I feel like it's very healthy in the way that it grows from each novella to the next. It's just so well done.
Well,
I
thank you.
know
That
I'm
means a
good
lot.
at dialogue generally, personally. I know that. We all know that. But I know that I suck at fight scenes. That's why I don't write many of them. Is just like what
Okay,
situation
but-
can get me to
but-
avoid writing them.
But, and I'm not going to give anything away, that scene where Seraphina teams up with Jarek, right, against her mom, like, come on. That was well done. That was great. I was like, ooh, that helped me by the end.
That was fun to write.
and also the more you write and stuff that you don't excel in, the better it becomes.
Yeah.
Descriptions, fight scenes, details, and stuff like that. You'll get better with it with each word that you write, each
Yeah.
chapter, book, whatever. You will
As
get
long as
better.
you're like not afraid to admit where you think you fell short and try to examine what you can try to do that would maybe fix it. Because I know I started getting a little bit better at writing fight scenes when I decided to structure my fights more like I structure dialogue, and that helped
Yeah.
a lot. But
Mhm.
I still think they need improvement.
Yeah,
And that's
because
okay.
yeah, and I think all writers need improvement in some areas, and it's very good. It's very important to admit that. Like, we all have our strengths, we all have our weaknesses. Like, we're not perfect writers. You know, no writer is. Like, everyone has their struggles, and I mean, we all struggle with scenes, with a certain thing, but we always make it through.
I also feel like it's really important to maintain a level of fun with it and experimentation. Like, you can read everything there is to read and get advice from a whole bunch of different writers out there, but really just sort of trying things out and not being afraid to play around with it really does wonders as well.
Yeah.
But now I want to try what you were suggesting with the fight scene about structuring it like dialogue.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
That's very cool. I never thought to do that before.
Well, what is a fight scene then other than action, reaction, and then another reaction to that, which is kind of what dialogue is. So
Yeah. I mean, it makes 100% sense, but now I'm like, wow. I need to try my hand.
I don't know if it's perfect, but it's better than it used to be. So
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like we also, you know, the media and books and stuff that we consume, like, we can get inspiration from that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because you can get inspiration from whatever you're watching, whatever you're reading, and like I'm fantasy is my favorite genre, which is why that's what I write, and so. I watch a lot of fantasy. I read a lot of fantasy. So a lot of times, like, when I do have a fight scene, like, I picture characters from a TV show fighting. And I'm like, okay, this move was cool. How about I introduce it here? And I feel like that's maybe helped me be so do so well on fighting scenes, because I look back at everything I watched and be like, it's like I was studying, you know, fight scenes for years. And so when I started writing, it's like I incorporated some of what I've been studying for years, because I love a good fight scene in TV. And so I think that helped me some. And I also feel like because if you like something more, you're better at it because you enjoy it. So I love fight scenes so much that I love writing them as well as reading or watching them. So it makes me better at writing them, because I know there's a lot of people who don't like to write fight scenes and they're always complaining about it. And then me, I'm the complete opposite. I absolutely love it, and it helps me write them.
That, and if you like expand your like watch list to different genres, action, even comedy and some other stuff, you can find and take inspiration from a bunch of things. That's why with my books, I I have a range of fantasy, non-fantasy. I even have manga, and it helps me with the details. Like, manga, it's pictures, but it also helps you see fight scenes, descriptions, details, and that helps. So it's like widening your range of inspiration.
totally, absolutely.
So I believe everyone here can get better with everything that they feel like they're lacking in.
Oh yeah, I never claimed I wasn't gonna get better at stuff. I think it helps to be self-aware of your weaknesses and strengths. That way you can.
Mm-hmm.
You can't improve in something that you're oblivious that you need improving on.
Exactly.
It helps with self-editing too, to be able to look at your own work and be like, this is good, but I can get it better, right?
Yeah.
I mean, my strengths and weaknesses have also shaped the stories that I write a lot. You know, a lot of the world building and stuff in Tower of Memories is just a reaction to me looking at my limitations and trying to balance them out.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That is very cool.
I'm gonna go out of my comfort zone a little bit with writing, because after I'm done with this series, I'm going to be focusing on my Scooby-Doo retelling, which is mostly mystery. And I usually write just pure fantasy, but this one will be mostly mystery, maybe with a little fantasy elements because of the villain. There will be a little fantasy elements, but it's definitely mostly mystery, and I'm very excited for that. Very nervous too because I'm not used to writing kind of a mystery. That's one is one I'm gonna have to plot out because I want to know who the villain is and like the reasoning. Like I feel like that's the best way to make a mystery, good. Because when I feel like the author at least needs to know the end in order to be able to make it make
It'll
sense.
be easier to plant clues and misdirections if you know what the answer is going to be.
Exactly.
Sure.
I'm really excited to see where your retelling will come out as, because I know me and you talked about it when you were thinking about it, and like, from what I heard, really good. And I don't really like mysteries. This one I will probably really like.
The thing about mysteries to me is the fun is being able to put the puzzle together along with the character. The moment you lose that is the moment the mystery kind of becomes dull. So as long as you try to keep that kind of stuff in mind, you should do okay.
And that's what I want to work on because I know that's what annoyed me. I don't know if anyone here has seen Pretty Little Liars, but that's what annoyed me so much about like the last few seasons after the time jump because when they revealed who the third A was, it just really fell short because it turned out to be someone you didn't even know existed. And then it was like the whole point of a mystery is to try to figure out who it is along with the characters. But if it turns out to be someone that you and the characters didn't know, then it falls short. And it's just awful. Yeah. It let me down.
Here, we're going to introduce this character 5 minutes before we reveal that they've been the bad guy the whole time. You're just like, then why did I bother trying to guess for the past 8 seasons?
I hated that so much, because there's like 3 different A's, and so it's like 3 different mysteries of trying to find out who's doing this. And the first 2 really hits hard because they're characters you've known for a long time. And then when you find out that it was them and you find out the reasoning, it hits hard. But with this third one, it was like, who are you?
Who are you? What connection do you have to any of this? And why should I care?
Yeah,
exactly. And that's something I definitely keeping in mind while I write this retelling. And it's also going to be the first retelling I've written. So I'm like really nervous. But I already have a better reader in order because it was actually her that gave me the idea to do it because she this would have been a few years ago, but she read a Scooby-Doo retelling, but she told me that it was terrible and she was so excited for it, but it was actually slightly toxic. Like the characters and everything was just terrible. And I was like, oh no. And I was like, what if I just wrote a Scooby-Doo retelling and make it 100 times better? She's like, you should. And then a little bit later, I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it. And I'm also kind of, with this one, I'm going to be honoring my dad, who passed a couple of years ago because he was really big on Scooby-Doo. Like, I remember when I was younger, he had dozens of Scooby-Doo like stuffed animals and figurines, like Christmas ornaments, a whole blow-up Scooby-Doo Christmas thing for like and everything. Like, he was obsessed with Scooby-Doo. So I'm going to give him like a dedication at the end. But yeah.
That's adorable.
That's awesome. What a great way to honor somebody.
Also, this is gonna be a little bit different because I know I always hear people talk about like, oh yeah, I've added like people I knew in real life into my books. I never have, but one of the main characters' dad will be like basically my dad. Like when I first introduced him, I mentioned that there's like trains and stuff around the room because he had a collection of them, and that's stuff that my dad did because he loved trains and stuff. So I threw in these little details to, like, I guess, honor him.
Oh, I love that. That is so awesome.
Yeah, but I am excited for this. I'm trying to figure out the best way to write it. I also want it to be a standalone, but I'm not sure how well that's going to work out because I have a really hard time writing standalones because I always have too many ideas. Yeah, because all my series have like 10 books at this point. Because I always get more ideas and it makes it really hard to just stick to a couple, and even my duology is gonna have a sequel duology, so that didn't even turn out to be just 2 books. Because I always get more ideas, and it's really hard to just shut that part of my brain off. So I'm just like, but this would be really cool. But to do this, I have to make a whole other book.
When I first started
so
writing
not just
Tower
me.
Memories, I thought,
So,
this is just going to be like 100K single book. This will be fine. It was not fine.
It's like that meme with like the dog in the room of fire, and he's like, "This is fine."
Yeah.
Because I found a meme generator a while ago to create memes, and I actually used that meme to write reading the Khaleesi Adventures novellas, knowing that Joan was gonna die, but falling in love with him anyways.
Yeah, very accurate. B was originally supposed to be a standalone book, and then other characters decided they wanted their stories told. And now I'm looking at the 4th book thinking there is so many characters and so much stuff that's going to need to happen that I don't even know if it's going to manage to just be one book for the final book. And then all these other characters, because they've come along now, it's sort of like, and we want our story told as well. So now I have a short story collection, and because there's all these references to fairy tales, there's now gonna be a fairy tale collection along with it as well for each of the different kingdoms.
That's fun.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happens. I feel like that's why so many of my series ended up having like extra books, because more characters just was like, yeah, we need a story too. And like with Khaleesi, like she's just so ancient that there's just so much I can do with her character. And then I end up introducing Rain in the 2nd book, who was originally never existed, but then I had the idea for them, and even when they did exist, they were originally only supposed to be on a few chapters to give the characters what they needed, like the information they needed.
One of your readers, can I just say we are so happy that Rain has become like one of the characters for the series as well.
Because I ended up just loving them.
I'm only writing from one POV, like this one primary POV with the occasional like side thing. Because if I was giving everyone in Dragon Tower their own POV, this would just not be a thing that would be able to be done.
Yeah,
and like I just end up falling in love with Rain, and I just end up letting them join on the crusade, and the next thing I know, now they are getting a prequel trilogy along with Khaleesi and Marissa, which I feel like is very needed, because like with Khaleesi in the first Realm Monsters book, you hear how much Joan and Marissa meant to her, and now we got to see that in the novellas, and I think it's very important to see why Marissa means so much to Rain as well, and seeing the 3 of them together, like they're gonna be
epic
power trio together, I swear. Because I know, like, Khaleesi and Rain also can be bit tragic characters, because I know you've heard about Rain's past, but you actually get to see it in the prequel, which is going to be exciting. And, like, with Khaleesi, you heard about it, and then you got to see it. And, but then there's Marissa, who actually does have a tragic past that I did not expect until I was writing the Queen of Monsters. Some of her past comes to light. So she ends up having more of a tragic past than I originally meant. Okay, so like that's gonna be fun, but even though Marissa doesn't have as bad of a tragic past as the 2 of them, she has more of a light in her that the other 2 don't have all the time. So she's kind of like the mediator between them, like to keep them from wallowing in their darkness. Like she's their light, and it's gonna be a really fun dynamic to write in the prequel.
That's awesome.
Sounds like it.
In the B series, in terms of all the characters, there is so you have Gracelyn, and you have a character that you find out about who's tied to Gracelyn in her past, and also comes up again in the 4th book. And there's people who are tied to him that become very prevalent in the fourth book. But then they started telling me their story. So now they're going to wind up with their own short story. But at this point, I'm looking at everything going, it's either going to be a short story or its own novella at this point. So it's just been rolling, and the world is so big. Like initially when I was writing the B series, it was just Midgrum and the South and what was going on with them. And then through like An Impossible Dream, and then especially Where the Heart Is, you have all this stuff that comes out about these other kingdoms within the 5 kingdoms and these like connections, and you wind up with like this huge web of everything being interconnected, and it's fabulous and fun.
Awesome. That sounds amazing. And it can be really hard because it's like you have so many ideas, so many characters, and then it's like you want to give them all their time to shine, and all this stuff end up happening. I know because I write. I tend to write third person omniscient more than anything, and it's hard because even though Khaleesi is the main character, everyone has there's scenes that Khaleesi is not a part of because it's not like his first point of view. Like there's scenes that she's not a part of, and so you get to see all the other characters. But then sometimes they want their own stories told, and it's like at this point there's going to be 20 books in the series. Like what?
Or they have like they tell you their entire backstory, and you're like, this is great for me as an author to understand you, while I'm writing you. But now what do I do with this?
Right?
So,
That's basically
like-
the conversation I had to have with Lucinda. I'm just like, great. What do you want me to? I'm not gonna write this. I got too much other stuff to do.
I mean, I would not be opposed to reading Lucinda's story, just putting it out there.
I know. I'm aware.
Me too.
As a consolation, there's another Lucinda
But-
intermission at
yeah.
the end of book 6 that's
Yeah.
coming. I don't know how
Nice.
long it's gonna be, but
But yeah,
we'll see.
I usually don't. I don't usually mind like writing that extra story. It just might not be like right away because I do have other stories I want to work on and stuff. So like after I finish this series and I finish my Scooby-Doo retelling, I'm really excited for this one series that I've been waiting to write, but this series is taking forever, so it's taking me a while to get there. But it's about skeletons because I love skeletons. There's not enough skeleton books, and I want to write a skeleton book. Okay, there's going to be 6 books in the
Right.
series as of right now because you never know what happens knowing me. But I'm so excited for it, and it's called the series name is called The Tales of the Grim Reaper. And
Ooh.
yes, and I'm very excited for it. And it's gonna but the like writing style is very different than anything I've written before. It's like one of those movies you watch where you see someone like telling a story about how they got to where they are now. That's kind of how this starts. With there's 2 main characters with Anastasia telling people how she got to where she is, and so it's very different of a writing style because I've never written anything like this. And every so often you'll flash forward to this and have her explaining something, and it's just very different. But I'm eager to see how it turns out.
Me
I'm
too.
excited for it.
So like that's a series I've been planning for years, and it was actually what started it was a Halloween costume of mine several years ago that gave me the idea because I was a skeleton bride, and the first book is called Skeleton Bride, so that kind of started the idea. But I'm very excited for it because I have a huge thing about skeletons. Like I have several of them. I even have like a see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil thing. And yeah, like I love skeletons, and I don't think you see them nearly enough in TV or books or anything. So I wanted to write an entire series that are based around skeletons.
That's awesome.
So yeah, so that's definitely something I want to focus on after the Scooby-Doo retellings. So I don't know when like my Realm of Monsters trilogy or the Christmas Light duology or the Jasmine Press sequel that is all in the works gonna happen because I do want to finally get this other series out. But we shall see. It also depends, like, because when you do have several different books working on at the same time, like me and Ellie both do, it's like sometimes your inspiration for one dies a little bit and it comes back, but so you end up because something else starts screaming at you, which is what Ellie's problem today was. She was like, whichever book screams at me more, and that's happened sometimes. That's why I have like several books started. Like I have the Curses Light sequel duology started, the Jasmine Press sequel, the Realm of Monsters prequel trilogy started, as well as a few other series, and my Scooby-Doo retelling. They're all started. I just put them all on hold because I wanted to finish this series, like the novellas and trilogy. I wanted to finally get those out. But like, so it honestly usually just depends on which one's screaming at me at the moment, which one I have the most inspiration for at that moment, which is why sometimes it takes longer to get these books out because I'm working on several at once.
Right. I totally understand that, and then especially when you get hit with inspiration for a whole new story. I'll never be in want for inspiration. I was watching this documentary about pirates on the Disney Channel, and I was really excited about one particular episode, and it just pissed me off. Everything about the episode was just so horrifically done. And then my mom and I started researching about the women that they were talking about in this one particular episode, only to find out that not only was the documentary like completely wrong about everything, but that we don't actually know anything about these women. And it
That's
like,
always the worst.
right? And so, and the worst part is like, what we know is, of course, written by this one guy who tried to sensationalize everything and make it titillating and that kind of stuff. So it's, and there's like even this part where they were standing trial, and whatever they said in trial was struck from the record. So like even in this moment when they should be able to say their piece and have it recorded, their voices are completely wiped out. They're completely voiceless. And I was like, oh, I need to do something. And so I started writing, and now I have this thing, and I don't even know what I'm going to do with it, where I've just been like writing from this pirate's perspective, and it's been phenomenal. But like inspiration comes from everywhere. And
Totally.
you wind up with like 15 notebooks strewn all over the place with different writings that you then have to try to find.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. I know I was watching this animated movie, The Little Vampire, which I absolutely loved, and I've been watching it a lot ever since I bought it. But it's really cute, and it gave me this idea for a book. And the comp titles are going to be The Little Vampire and First Kill. I don't know if you guys have seen that Netflix show, but and it's going to be very interesting. And I haven't actually written anything on it yet, thankfully. I haven't started it, but I have put down a lot of ideas on my phone. So like, I can't. And I also thought of a new mystery idea, which would be another mystery outside of Scooby-Doo retelling. I'm like, I need to stop. I cannot stop. I just keep coming up with new ideas. It's like I still try to get done with my old ideas.
Oh yeah, I get that completely. I have
Yeah, I think we're all the same boat with that one.
Yeah.
But it is always fun if you get to go like reach back to like the pile of discarded ideas and pull one out and then find a way to reuse it. But you weren't expecting to.
That's always good too.
I know a couple of these I'm gonna have to reread before I continue working on it because it's been on hold for so long. I don't even remember what I wrote.
Working on the fourth book for the B series, I had to completely reread all the other books I have out already to be sure that I've gotten all my information correct and everything, and to really get back into certain characters' headspaces, which on the one hand was great, but An Impossible Dream is like 800 pages. It took me a little bit.
Yeah, like that's my fear when I continue working on the Curses Light duology, because to get back into the headspace of Andrea and making sure I have all the facts straight about what she went through in the duology, but the Witch of Light is 765 pages, so I'm not ready for that.
All
I'm
right.
pretty sure the Queen, because right now the Witch of Light is my biggest book, like thickest book. But I'm pretty sure the Queen of Monsters might be bigger. It might be in the 800s. So I'm not ready for that either.
Ooh, that sounds awesome.
So you have a lot to look forward to, Ellie.
Looking forward to it greatly.
My thickest is 450, and I think
And I
that
mean-
the next one's going to be massive. Well, maybe not like massive,
Oh.
but bigger than this.
Oh, that is so awesome. I'm so excited. What's really funny too is with both of your books, even though they're like, even the ones on the larger side, the writing is so captivating and it just draws you right in that you almost don't realize how long the books actually are. And you're still left being like, I want to read more of this.
Well, this one's only like, I think, like 75, 76K for my longest one. And I'm currently looking at potentially being closer to 80, 85 for this one. But
Okay.
we'll see if that actually ends up playing out.
Well, I think the same way of your books, Ellie. Like, An Impossible Dream was, I think, your biggest book you've written. And because a lot of your others, other than B series, were like a lot shorter because they were like more novella-ish.
Yeah.
But I definitely got so captivating in reading it that I ended up like halfway through it. I was like, really? I read all that already?
Well, thank you. Huge compliment. One of the areas I've always been concerned about with that book is if anybody would actually make their way all the way through it.
Yeah, that's a little my fear with the Queen of Monsters as well, because I was not expecting it to be this big, but I just feel like there's so many. I wanted this to be a trilogy, so I found a way to make sure that it didn't get a fourth book. But I ended up so long because I feel like there were so many characters and so many arcs that had to finish, and that's why it ended up so long, because I wanted to make sure it got its finish. I wanted to make sure all the story arcs were satisfying, and which can be a very hard thing to end a series. So yeah. And I wanted to make sure the characters, especially Kalista, because I think Kalista has earned it more than anybody about getting her happy ending. Because, like, she's been through hell, but she still goes through some hell in the third book because she's finally, like, dealing with her trauma, and Rain is trying to help her, like, finally be able to move past the hell she's been through, because she kind of, like, in the beginning of The Realm of Monsters, like, she's not dwelling on it, but she kind of, like, buried it. And she never actually dealt with it. And Rain is kind of trying to help her finally deal with it, because she will never be able to move on and be able to be happy with life, or with even to get into a relationship with Roxanne if she's still, like, so traumatized and everything. So yeah, so there's still a lot of tragic things happening with Kalista throughout the book, but glad to say she at least gets a happy ending.
That's awesome. She definitely deserves
Just
her
some
happy
trauma along the way.
Always.
trauma. I think what
She's definitely, like, I know. I'm sorry, what?
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, because it's funny, because us writers always, like, we traumatize our characters, okay? We are awful to our characters. It's like, we say we love our characters, but then we do this to them, and it's like, do we actually love them? But
My love language is giving Seraphina trauma. I don't know what you're talking about.
Same. But I do think that Kalista, by far, as of right now, is my most traumatized character. Like, I've never put a character through half of what I put her through.
I'm trying to think who my most traumatized character would be.
Henry. I say Henry.
You say Henry? Okay, we'll take your word for it.
I've read all your books, and I know a lot of them, especially the B series, have been through trauma. But Henry, I'm sorry, like, he deserved his happy ending. I am forever salty about that.
Would you say Seraphina is your most traumatized character?
Probably just by the nature of her being the character I've written the most about in my life. So she's had more time to pick up trauma and nightmares than the other character did.
That's fair. I think it's funny how writers' pastime is traumatizing their characters.
There was a little online comic thing going around at one point about like, look, it's my favorite character, the writer says, and then they like snap it like a glow stick. Look how he glows.
I feel like that's accurate.
That's
That's very accurate.
messed up.
I have to injure Seraphina to make stuff glow. That's just kind of how that works.
Same things happen to Kalista. Like I don't think she's had a happy day in her life.
I just write a really dark world, I guess. The king
Yes, B is
easy.
very dark, and I feel like so many characters in there are traumatized. Like I could probably name at least 4 off the top of my head, 5 actually. So yeah, like a lot of the characters in B is very traumatized.
And
actually,
in the book, you find out that a character you wouldn't have previously thought was traumatized or as traumatized as others is in fact just as traumatized in some ways.
I'm scared, and I have 2 characters in mind of who that might be already. So, but so that's gonna be interesting to read. But I said that I thought Henry was your most traumatized, and I think it might be like a toss-up between Henry and Clary.
Yeah, Clary went through hell.
Yeah, like reading some of her things in the last book was it made me sad. It made my heart break, honestly.
Well, thank you.
And I also think it's funny how we take stuff like that as a compliment as writers too. Like, so it was like, you emotionally destroyed me, and we're like, thank you.
No greater compliment.
Right?
There's a
I feel like I can already
character-
guess some of the comments I'm gonna get on book 6 once Ellie reads it. And I'm just like, this is gonna be fun.
I feel the same way when Ellie's gonna read The Queen of Monsters and the 10th novella. Like, I'm just ready to completely destroy her.
I am both terrified and so excited. Oh man! Oh, you're the thing you hinted at with the knife. I'm just like, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm very scared for that. But I did end up. Is there ever a scene you guys have ever written that you never thought you would like go that far with a specific like thing when you were writing? Like you never thought it would be like that dark or something?
Hmm.
Can't think of anything off the top of your head.
Well, there's a couple potential answers for me, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to kind of phrase it. There's a scene with Seraphina that is darker than I think anyone realizes, because I haven't actually seen the scene, because it's had such a profound effect on her that she doesn't even want to think about that day. So we have almost no information about the specific details of that day.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Ellie's probably guessing what I'm hinting towards, but
Oh,
that's why there's a part of her that's still processing what happened.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of darker things I never thought I would really write about that Kalista has been through. Like, I mean, in the 10 chapter flashback I mentioned earlier in the second book, she gets tortured. Like, she's actually literally tortured for like years on end. I never thought I would write that. I also never thought I would write an attempted suicide, but that kind of happens in the third book. So beware of that.
Yikes.
noted. I think for me, the
Got
thing
very
is
dark.
that when writing the B series, knowing that I'm dealing with topics such as assault and abuse and rape and everything, I really wanted to try to focus more on, for lack of a better term, the victim rather than the thing itself that happened. Like too often, it sometimes feels like in media and in books we focus so heavily on the perpetrator and the way they get off on it. And if the idea of like in discussing violence against women, for me, I wanted to center the woman who has been living through this. And so a lot of the violence is sometimes off screen and stuff like that, because for me, what was more important was them having, what it did to them and what they were trying to live through. I also feel like writing is my own form of therapy. And so
Absolutely.
in a lot of cases, dealing with these heavy hitting, darker topics I sometimes deal with, I don't know, like I feel like it's my way of processing what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing and stuff like that as well. Not even just personally to me, but like people I know or on a larger scale when it comes to some of that stuff. So I don't know if that actually answers the question, but I think it's part of the reason why I have difficulty thinking about whether or not I've, delved deeper into certain topics than I initially thought I ever would.
Yeah,
Makes sense, though.
I definitely appreciate how you went about that, because I feel like in the first book, you don't even really get to see the king until the end when the whole
Right.
showdown goes down. In the second book, I still don't remember you seeing him all that often, because first of all, it's mostly about the kitchen maid, so you only got to see him here and there, and stuff. Same with Claire, you only got to see them here and there because king and queens don't usually deal with like the kitchen people very often. And then in the third book, you still, even though you see him a lot more than you did in the first two books, you still, I feel like he still can feel like a ghost sometimes, because he's like there, but he's not always there, because it's very much Clary's story. And I love how you didn't like overshadow it by showing him too often, and
Thank
showing
you.
like him enjoying anything he was doing to her. Like it was really Clary and about what she was going through, and her um her abuser was so much of a like ghost. I guess that's the best thing I can think of how to explain it. But like he was just such a ghost. He was like there but not there, and it was really dealing with Clary and how what she was going through and how she felt. And I really do appreciate that, because, like you said, there is a lot of times where they focus so much on the abuser and stuff, and this was so much the opposite, which is very nice to see.
Thank you.
And there's also always a risk when you have the antagonist or, an antagonistic force on page all of the time. Then they kind of start to lose the fear factor almost. They
Right.
just become
Yeah.
another character in the crowd. They're not, they're not intimidating. They're not scary anymore when they should always be intimidating or scary or both,
Yeah.
depending
Yeah.
on your antagonist.
I like the way you handle your antagonist too, where you have that element of mystery, and then even when it's revealed that there is that, like Johara was talking about, ghostly like element to him in a sense, where you feel his presence so much, even though he's not technically there, and it's really well done.
It's having the antagonist for Seraphina be literally miles away, but still ruining her life. I think it's just going to build to when they do finally meet, and that's going to be a big deal, and it should be a big deal. It should be the biggest deal ever. So that was the goal with all of that, because like if she beats him in her first year when she only knows like 2.5 spells, then he's not going to be scary anymore. He's not. He's just to be like,
Right,
oh, that guy you already beat, just beat him again. It's not that hard. But
And
no,
if it feels real too. It feels like, especially for the dynamic between Seraphina and the antagonist, there is such a reality to this idea of this presence that you've never actually met and don't even really know all that much about, affecting you so deeply in this way. And it feels so much, it reminds me of like generational trauma and stuff like that. It's so well done.
Well, I mean, it's literally passed from one parent to child to other child.
Yeah.
So Kind of intentional on that one.
And it's yeah, and
Especially
I mean, like with my series too, like
Lucinda's relationship
a lot
with
of-
him too.
yeah. A lot of what Caleb had done to Kalista was actually in the past, and you have to see flashbacks to understand why she hates this man so much and why she's so traumatized. And so, like, and something she has to learn because at this is technically kind of a spoiler, but Ellie already knows because she read book 2. But Caleb actually dies at the end. Like she flat out murders him. Like it gets very bloody. Like she goes off, and so
Good for her.
and in the 3rd book, there's like his helpers are still trying to make his vision a reality, and so but even though he's dead, he is still very much seems to be around almost like he's still a character even though he's technically deceased. And I feel like it's like before he shows up at the beginning of the Realm of Monsters, Kalista hadn't seen him in centuries and centuries and centuries, but he was still ruining her life because she was letting him by thinking about him and dwelling on everything he's done. And it's the same thing in book 3. He is dead, and I think Rain actually mentions this at one point, and they say that she's still letting him ruin her life, and he's dead. And so it's like she couldn't be happy because she wouldn't let him go, even though he was dead. So it's like he's gone, but still kind of there. It's like that whole ghostly factor that both your stories have too. It's like it's a character that is so terrifying, so threatening, but you actually don't see them all that much, which actually makes them more terrifying.
Exactly.
But I also really enjoy, like in the B series, you have that element, but then you have this other element that plays on this idea of ghostly presence as well, with who is alive and who is dead in certain books, but who's still so very much there in some way, affecting the characters or at least the presence of them being felt. If that makes
Yeah,
sense.
because that's how it is when people pass. I mean, it's not just they're gone and then everyone forgets they ever existed and nothing they did mattered. No, when someone leaves us like that, they're still, they're still influencing us in, positive and negative ways, depending on your connection to the person involved.
And that's definitely something I focused on with Marissa and Joan's deaths as well. Like they really affect Kalista and Rain, and it really shows like everything they've done for them since their passing.
I feel like there's a bit of that too with Seraphina and her one friend, where, even if the character is not dead, there is still that absence that is so deeply felt as well.
Well, I mean, it's a permanent goodbye, which is not that emotionally different from death.
Yeah. And captured so well.
I didn't know if you guys wanted to keep doing this, or if you guys had to go, or you wanted to do another sprint. Totally up to you guys.
Unfortunately, I probably need to go.
Okay.
Yeah, it's getting kind of late for me, so I'm probably gonna need to sign off.
Same here.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
this was a lot
it's
of
getting
fun.
late
This
here
was
too.
fun, and we should do this again more often.
Yeah,
Mhm.
definitely.
I feel so.
I'm
You guys are fun.
definitely up for doing this again. What'd you say, Ellie?
You guys are awesome, so I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I had a ball.
Aw.
Yes, this is fun. It's fun to be able to like write and talk about our writings and our stories and our characters and stuff with other writers, and it's just a lot of fun.
I mean, we're having fun and being productive at the same time. What more do
Yeah.
people want from us?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it was so nice talking to you all, and we'll
Yes.
definitely try to do this again.
Of course.
Sounds good.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
See you guys.